What's good, everybody, man? Welcome into the Blue Bloods, man. Coach's Corner edition. This is going to be a little bit of different live stream. I'll be honest with you guys. Usually, we're very structured. We have a bunch of topics we want to hit. We come on for about an hour or so, but we wanted to switch it up, man. It's Friday night, day two of the NFL draft. So we're just going to come on, talk about day two of the NFL draft, hit some of the HBCU FCS guys that we hopefully will see drafted today, man. But of course, joined by my guy, my co-host, Alcorn State tight end, assistant head coach, my guy, Coach Fred. Coach, how we feeling tonight, man?
Man, I'm just trying to get set up. But it's Friday, like you said. Um, Not quite the lounge, coach's corner, but hey, it's Friday night. Let's do it.
Coach, I got to ask you, man. I know you've been on the recruiting trail. You've been kind of busy, but I know you're a Washington guy.
Yeah.
You rock with the Commanders. You feeling good yesterday? You feeling good yesterday? Like, was Jaden the guy you wanted it to?
Yeah. Um, I can honestly say, yeah, I did. I was worried that we weren't going to do that. But I would have been good with the other pick that I heard was coming, which would have been Marvin Harrison Jr. I was okay with that as well, being that we got Mariota. But to come up with the Heisman Trophy guy, I hope that he fares a little bit better than the last few Heisman Trophy guys we've drafted, and kind of go from there, man. But yeah, I was excited about it. Um, Before we start, I posed a question to you, so let's jump right in it. How do you win the draft day one when everybody basically has one pick? I'm sitting there watching morning shows and they're talking about who won the day one draft, and I'm like, okay, now we're just talking about stuff because there's no way to say somebody won the draft. They only have one pick.
I think you can win a day though. Like I think it just depends on the fit. Like I agree with you. It's kind of hard to make general assumptions. Now I will say it's sometimes easy to pick a loser if someone like reaches or trades a first round pick to your conference rival who has beaten you in the AFC Championship the past few years and
That's
give
crazy.
them a positional need that you also needed. But we'll get
Yeah,
into
that's
that in a
crazy.
minute. But I mean, I'm looking at the first round, and I mean, there's a few. Coach, I was on with the guys at Golden Boot Podcast last night. There's a few that stick out to me. I think the first one that I really like is the Rams getting Verse at 19. You got to get some defensive linemen in there. Obviously, he doesn't play interior like Donald, but he's a guy who can go get the quarterback. I think they needed a bona fide edge rusher. And let's be honest, I know you don't want to hear this, and I think Michael Parsons said it best that they can't keep getting away with this. But the Eagles to get Quinyon Mitchell at 22, insanity.
And I think it just goes to that crazy run on the offensive guys at the beginning. It was almost like people were saying, "Hey, I'm not going to let you outdo me. You going offense, I'm going offense too." That kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, the quarterback desperation was crazy in the first round. I mean, Bo
Atlanta,
Nix. Oh,
Bo
yeah.
Nix.
Let's talk about that real quick. As I've heard now, let's just say this. The Atlanta fans were, how do you put it? They were in a panic last night, to say the least. There were some people who liked the pick. But to me, as much as I like Penix as a prospect, because I was one of the guys that I was one of the like people who were looking at the draft, and I was sold on Penix. I think he could be a good pro. The one thing is injuries, of course. He's a bit older. I think he's turning 24, 25 next month. Like he's an older
Yep,
guy. And you brought him in right behind Kirk Cousins, who just signed a 4-year, 180 million.
guaranteed.
100 million of it's guaranteed. It's like 80 to 100 million is guaranteed, if I'm not mistaken. My thing is no one thought Penix was going any higher than 8. Like you
Yeah,
knew you were getting him, in my opinion. Why not save that 180 million and go split it among your defensive needs? Because they need a corner, they need an edge rusher. Go get you an elite edge rusher, go get you an elite corner, and then you can go draft Michael Penix, and he has the weapons with Kyle Pitts, with was it Drake London on the outside? You got Bajan in the backfield. I felt like it was a interesting reach there, to say the least, for them.
and a reach that I'm just like, did you really have to reach? You know what I mean? Um, just
Ooh,
because you said you just spent 130, I think it was, guaranteed money that you're not
Yep.
getting back. Rather Cousins plays are down or not. You know what I mean? Like, I just felt like you could have done something on the defensive side to help yourself out as well.
Well, okay. So, question: Are you are now? We had this debate last night. We decided not to. Are you a draft spoiler or no?
When you say that, what do you mean?
So, like, I know who the Bills picked already. The picks in, they haven't announced it. Do you want to go ahead and discuss it? Or are you one of the people who want to wait till it's announced on TV?
No, I'm all good with it.
Okay. The
Everybody knew
Bills.
Caleb Williams was going number one. I mean, I
Oh, I
didn't
know.
understand what the
Some people hate
hoopla.
that though. Some people hate draft spoilers. I love them. Listen, I told Pooh and them last night that I'm from the younger generation. I'm only in my 20s. I come from that generation of instant gratification. So I'm not waiting for it to come across the ticker on ESPN. I'm on Twitter looking for picks. Coach, the Bills at pick 33 draft Keon Coleman, Florida State wide receiver with the first pick of the second round. I'll say this. There's been a lot of debate. So, Coach, I hopped on Dave from HBCU Nightly. He's a big Panthers guy, has a PMP podcast, probably the biggest Panthers podcast out there right now. There were a lot of people who thought Keon Coleman was not a good wide receiver.
And I think me and you talked about this one time before during the season off air. And to those people, I say you're crazy. The numbers, he's so versatile. He can go back, he can return kicks for you, he can return punts for you. Uh, he can play the slot. Of course, he can play outside. He's just an all around athlete to me, man. And I just, let's see if you're right.
I'm about to say, I think I am, but we'll see. Well, last night, I think so all the spoilers are right. The 49ers pick is where the drama got in because there was a bunch of reports they took Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, and then it came up that they took Ricky Pearsall, which I want to get into that conversation because, in my opinion, I don't think Pearsall is a better wide receiver than Keon Coleman.
No. Yeah,
So
yeah, you're right.
that's a whole nother conversation on that one. I like that pick for the Bills, though. Now, I feel like they could have gotten Coleman where they were. And
Right.
I don't okay, I don't mind them trading back. Like the Panthers wanted to jump to what was it, 28? Let the
Yeah,
Panthers jump to 28. That's fine.
that's what I want
You
to do.
you can't let the Chiefs come up and get Xavier Worthy.
No, especially when you know that's the people you've been battling the last couple years. Like you don't want to do anything to help them.
No.
Period. You know what I mean?
I didn't understand it. I thought that was a very interesting move, in my opinion. I will say I think it was I'll have to do some research, but last night there were two trades where people only moved one spot outside the top five.
That
Because
made
the
no
Panthers
sense.
came up to 32 from 33, and I want to say the Vikings moved up a spot to get JJ McCarthy. I don't know. I don't think I've seen that in a while because people move up one spot, when it's in the top five, stuff like that. I get it, but
But they make calls. So I mean, of course, you don't tell the other team, I guess, so to speak, who you're picking next and that kind of thing. But I just think, at that
ooh,
point, I just think that you make that call, you gauge, and of course you have more than one name on that card. So you don't have to make that move, even though it wasn't a drastic move. You don't have to make that move.
no, a trade. Chargers move up to pick 2 in the second round. They trade with New England here. I'm trying to see what they got for it.
Which is crazy, again, because New England is a team that needs immense help. Um, so I'm just, I don't know, that's different.
Okay,
Slacking the
so
fool.
shout out to G, man. Shout out to Swack and the Fool. So the Patriots gave up 34 and 137. The Chargers trade away pick 37 and 110.
That's a lot of to do. But I guess if you want your guy, you're gonna figure out a way to get your guy. So I get
I'm a,
that part.
what they went O-line in the first round, which I love their pick, by the way. Joe Alt is a 10-year starter at tackle for the Chargers, man. That kid's I got to see him in person, coach, when when I went up to the Tennessee State game this year, week 1.
Right.
And man, that dude, that's a grown man, and he was a grown man in college football. Let me put it like that. So I like that first round pick, and the Chargers are going to want to run the football. They got J.K. Dobbins this all season. I'll be interested. I'm thinking wide receiver here potentially.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm thinking running back. Even though they got Jay, but for what Harbaugh does, you know what I mean. So I could go O line, running back. I'd be very surprised if they went defensively, even though I feel like they need defensive help. I'd
Corner.
be very surprised. Yes.
Oh, looks like it's Lad McConkey out of Georgia. Wide receiver. Now, hear me out. I think I like McConkey. I really do. I like, bro. I I get it.
I like him too. I just feel like, again, as Mel Kiper would say, I just feel like this is a reach. I feel like this is not a reach. I think they're overspending because I feel like you could have gotten him, but you trade away Keenan. I think you've got to replace Keenan with a Keenan type, and he's not a Keenan type to me. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, he's not the same type of wide receiver as it. If they wanted that, they should have traded up and got Keon Coleman.
Right, because then
I,
that's what you essentially let go.
So we got Lad McConkey and Keon Coleman going the first 2 picks. Obviously, I don't think the Cardinals are going back-to-back wide receivers, getting Marvin Harrison Jr. in the first round. I'd be very surprised at that. Offensive line, D-line potentially, possibly a corner here. They got to get some defensive help, offensive line help. Albeit that there's some good options. Jackson Power is still on the board for Oregon. You got Kool-Aid and Cooper at corner still available on the big board. You got Newton out of Illinois, a defensive tackle on the big board. I think any of those could be good picks, but I'm interested to see where A.D. Mitchell goes, man. I thought A.D. Mitchell was going to potentially slide into that late first round, and he's kind of sitting here, and I'm wondering maybe Tennessee? They went O-line first round.
I think that I think defensively, man, they've got to get something defensively. They've got to get some help defensively.
I like it, man. Chargers making moves, man. Now, there were some people saying that obviously they just signed J.K. Dobbins, so they weren't going to. They're saying the Chargers are going to find a way to get Blake Corum out of Michigan.
I think he goes early.
He goes today for sure.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
I'm trying to see if the Cardinals have leaked anything. Now, I know we're an FCS HBCU show. Coach,
A wine and cigar show sometimes as well.
That as well. Oh, another trade. The Falcons trade up.
They've got to go defensively. There's got to be somebody that they see defensively because they've got to find a way to put pressure on somebody. When they read that stat off last night, I was like, there's no way an NFL team is like that defensively and expect to compete, especially in the conference. You got to find a way to get after freaking what's my guy down in Tampa? You got to find a way to get after him. You can't let him sit back there all day.
Baker.
Yeah, and let him find Mike Evans.
Now, I like that. Let me throw in that. I think it's either Newton, which is the interior D lineman, who I think was my number one interior guy this season, or I think they look at possibly Kool-Aid at corner.
I'm saying Kool-Aid.
You like Kool-Aid or Cooper more as a prospect?
I like Kool-Aid. He puts me in the mind of a Sauce.
Yeah.
Sauce kid. Now Sauce is a one in a lifetime type deal, but Huh.
Bro,
Oh.
someone said the Falcons traded up for another quarterback.
Hey, that guy thinks Arthur Blake was in his ass last night. He do that. He's probably gonna get on the show with me and you next week.
I mean, it sounds like that was their plan all along, and I just
Which I mean, again, I don't get that because you just gave a guy $130 million free and clear. What's the purpose? This is not the type of wine I wanted.
if the rumored pick is what I think it is, I do not like that pick. That is a
What's the
retreat
rumor
on
you
this
getting?
one. The interior defensive lineman from Clemson, Ruke Okoro.
Ah, I feel about him like I did with the kid from Texas last night.
I think the kid from Texas is better than the kid from Clemson. I mean, the
I
reason I
think the
called it
kid from Texas was a first rounder though.
I
Correct me if
do.
I'm wrong.
I think him and Newton were the first rounders. The only reason I say this is a reach, coach, because I'm looking at the interior D line board. You still have Newton on the board. You still have Braden Fisk on the board from Florida State. You still
Who
have
put up
Chris
monster numbers at the combine?
Monsters. You got Chris Jenkins from Michigan, who was a stud. You got Sweat from Texas. You got Brandon Dorlus from Oregon. Like, that's an interesting pick. That's two back-to-back questionable picks for the Falcons, in my opinion. I don't love that one. Bro,
No, because you.
they gave up a third round pick to move up.
But I've never. Again, man, you got to find a way to
Lord.
with the. Somebody call me fancy.
Yeah. Shout out
uh,
to Dave in the chat, man.
I mean, I think you just have to find a way. It's got to be the edge for them. And if you're not going to go edge, I think you've got to go with with somebody that can hold those receivers in your conference. That's going to give you a fighting chance.
How far do they trade up for that? I mean, didn't they have the? I want to say they had a. It was at 43. I want to say.
Bad Moon.
I don't know about that. That's a.
I don't know about Andre Rison's jacket either,
but
no.
I'll say this: the draft outfits have consistently gotten
I'll say
questionable.
it for you. I'll say it
Questionable.
for you worse.
So let me ask, Coach. So Pat McAfee had Bill Belichick on his stream last night, and I think today too. Nick Saban on the ABC crew now, retired head coach as well. Did you happen to catch his comments about Amarius Mims?
No, the only comment I caught from Belichick was about the quarterback situation, and I couldn't do anything but laugh because it just came off as somewhat hating.
Yeah.
But can you really call Bill Belichick a hater?
No, definitely not. But I got to ask you this, Coach. So obviously, I think it was let me double check. I want to say it was the Bengals. They took Amarius Mims out of Georgia, offensive tackle.
He had 8 starts or something like that, man.
8 career starts, coming off of an injury. I want to say he pulled his hamstring at the combine too.
I tweaked it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: Saban called him out and said that he doesn't have the consistency, and that if he wants to be a long-term starter contributor in the NFL, he's got a lot to work on. He has to focus on that, and then question his ability by asking. He came from a small high school. Has he just been bigger than everybody? And is that going to translate to the next level?
I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, listen, I love coaches who are stepping into the media space because, when someone who hasn't played or coached or anything makes a comment like that, everyone's first thing is like, "Oh, you didn't play the game. Like you don't know. Like you don't have any experience." The people who are in the room know better. But when a person who was in the room
What you gonna say?
and is now not in the room, says it, what are you going to say now?
And especially when you're talking about that caliber, of the caliber of those two.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Are you telling me that Nick didn't know what he was doing? Are you telling me Belichick didn't have a clue of what he was doing? Now, I'll tell you a pick that I really liked. I really like what the Steelers did with their first one, just because that just plays to their MO of who they are, man. In the trenches football team, and we'll hit you over the top. I thought that was a really, really good pick for them.
Coach, I think you're gonna like this pick. Commanders go Newton out of Illinois at defensive tackle, probably the number 1 D tackle in this class. Get him with pick 36.
There had to be something going on with that kid because his numbers, and if you remember when this whole process first started out, he was a first day guy.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder if something happened to drive him down. G still in the chat, or G leave?
I'm not sure. G, if you're still in the chat, man, post a comment.
I just think when a guy comes out with that much hype and then he gets pushed to the second day, there had to be a reason. And maybe it was because of that, like I said, that insane run on the offense side of the ball for everybody. I guess everybody's figuring they'll just outscore people now, which is, I mean, the way the game's going, as they say, I could see that. But at the end of the day, you still don't want to have to rely on trying to get 50 points a game to beat people.
Yeah. I like the pick for Washington. Listen, I'm a huge fan of Newton. Like, Coach, I'll be honest. I think I had him as a top 15 guy probably overall in this class. Definitely my number 1 defensive tackle. And I think I'm with you. The Texas guy was kind of borderline first round. Thought possibly late first, but I thought Newton was a guaranteed first rounder. Like, I don't think I did a mock or talk to anyone where I didn't see that kid going first round, and to get him in the second. Insane.
Oh, I mean, and you didn't have to give up anything to get it.
Yeah, you used the Falcons making the most questionable pick of all time, or second most questionable. Let me say second. Definitely second. I mean, that's just
Scary Terry. He's gonna have a big year.
I just can't believe they gave up a third round pick to take that defensive tackle. That's questionable to say the least. But
who's the go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
I was gonna ask you 2 questions.
All right.
Right now, well, I'm gonna go with this question first, just because of the show that we're an FCS show. And I saw a post earlier on Twitter. Does UAlbany really get to claim Verse?
Technically,
I think we've had this talk before because of the HBCU sector.
I mean, I want to say he played multiple years there, because I think we said, like, if he played multiple years there, like, it's tough not to claim him. And I will say that the school who had him first kind of gets a lot of the credit, right?
That's who raised him, but he played 2 years at Florida State.
Okay, so let's see. He was at UAlbany for 3 years. He did not play in 2019. And then he played the spring season and the 2021 season at Albany. So he spent 3 years there. That's development. Like, they get a little bit of credit for what he turned into.
Okay. And I just brought that because you remember the whole James Houston argument.
Yeah.
Spending 6 months at Jackson, coming from where he came from. So I was just wondering, on the reverse side of things, how do you see that? And then my second question was, at some point when we go on this FCS run, hopefully, right now, who would you say is the most ready FCS guy to have his name called? I'm saying the tackle from the national champions, but I know you have notebooks upon notebooks of these guys. Who do you have?
Okay, so that's a different question, I think. Um, Now, who do I think is going to be the first pick? Probably Kieran out of Yale, the offensive tackle. The
Yeah,
thing
and you
that,
talked about him.
yeah, the thing with him is I don't know if he's going to be an instant start. And seen him since that injury, and I just want to see him fully healthy because there's a lot of people who thought he could work his way into day one if he got to go through the actual draft process, have a full season. But if he's fully healthy, he's probably a day one starter, so it becomes him. But just based on what I've seen, the most NFL ready player, just in my opinion, is Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State. I mean, it's almost hard to find like a flaw in his game right now. And when you look at guys who are coming into the league ready to contribute, I'm taking a guy who has four plus years of experience, has started almost 70 games, and has achieved everything you want at the FCS level or whatever school he was at. It doesn't even have to be the FCS level. If you took his resume, coach, and supplanted it in any Power 5 FBS program, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
Right. And
That's the
that
frustrating thing.
and he looks the part, man. I don't know, for the people that may not have seen him in person, he looks the part.
Yeah, he does. He looks NFL ready, and I think the biggest thing for him is he went to the Shrine Bowl and proved that it like his film wasn't a fluke, and so I think that's why I would go with him. I will say because that was kind of Dave's question is like who's the first FCS guy to be drafted this year? I think it's going to be either Kieran or Mason. But I'll tell you, Coach, I was looking through some day two mock drafts, some updated ones from some of the top NFL draft experts, and there's a lot of smoke surrounding Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian.
Really?
Lots of smoke. And there's a lot of mock drafts that have him going first today out of all FCS guys. So don't sleep on Jalix. I'll say this. He's probably not day one ready because he's only played his position coach for 2 years. He came into college as a safety at Cornell and then switched to edge rusher when he got to Houston Christian, when he became an All-American. His measurables and his potential is what's going to get him, an opportunity. When you have an edge rusher with an 80-inch wingspan and can move like a safety, and you can put him at edge rusher,
Hey,
taking
but
that every day.
think about that plight though. You come to college as one thing, and then you wind up somewhere completely different. He passed a lot of positions to get down there. So you got to think about the mentality it takes to go from playing in the back to playing at the point of attack every freaking down, man. That's impressive.
Yeah, and the Patriots reportedly have selected Jalen Polk out of Washington, a wide receiver. They get Drake May some much needed help on the outside.
How do you feel about him?
I think he's good. I think he's a good wide receiver. I'm looking at the wide receiving board. I would say I would still take AD Mitchell over him. Uh, Troy Franklin's kind of my question mark prospect in this class with this like day two grade. I can't really get a good read on him. I think he has really high bust potential. Roman Wilson, Malachi Corley, I like too, but I think it would have been a little bit too early for them. I don't mind the pick on a national championship team. Obviously he had to play second fiddle to Rome Odunze, who is one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft.
Man,
But
I love that kid there. Between
that,
him, Ty, and Keon, I think those guys are really, really polished. And you know how I feel about Ty James, but I had to throw
yes,
him in the mix. But
I'm
I
hoping he
think
gets a shot
Dunze,
somewhere.
me too, man.
I'm just thinking of today just to get y'all ready because guys, we're gonna be live for a little bit. Just in terms of what to expect today, I think the range for FCS guys is somewhere between I think one to I think the max is 3 or to 4 if someone reaches on somebody. I think 2 is very likely. I think Kieran's most likely the most is probably going to be a lock sometime today. Jalix with his smoke would be there potentially, and I think Mason goes today. And then the X factor really and truly is Christian Boyd, who I've seen as high as a third round pick, but then a lot of other people have him as a day 3 potentially. So I think Christian Boyd's the X factor to kind of bump that number up to 4. So that's kind of what we're looking at. I wasn't expecting the HBCU guys to go today. I mean, unless someone just like pull the trigger on Mikey Victor just because they fell in love with him, kind of like they did with Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville a few years ago. But I would expect Mikey and Sundiata to go tomorrow, most likely. But we'll definitely see. Let's see. We got someone joining us right now, man. Coach, who we got?
Claude, what's up, man?
What's good, Coach? What's good?
Man, Claude, me, my man Zach. What's Zach? You know Claude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We chopped up the Legacy Bowl last year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Just draft day, man. Day 2. I reached out to you. Just want to talk to you. I know you're there and you're training in the facility, man. Just to give a little insight on the buzz in the building. Anything you've seen. I know they probably just say hi and bye to you, but anything you've seen in the building, man, and how has all-season training been going for you?
I'm gonna start off with the draft. I mean, I stay away from all that. I don't know what's going on upstairs. I let them handle it. I trust the coaches and everyone upstairs, the ownership. So, one pick down, I feel like that's a good pick. So, I'm keeping up to date with it. Just to see who the new teammates gonna be. Some of the guys I still know in college. So, I ain't got nothing for the draft right now. As far as off-season workouts, it's going good. We just finished. We had veteran minicamp this week, so it was a good week. A lot of energy with new coaches and everything. I feel like it's early, but obviously everyone's buying in. Guys is there, guys is working hard. So it's a good feeling around the building right now.
How's it feel to be called a vet?
I mean, I feel like I'm a vet, but we got a rule where you got to play 4 games in your second year before you're not a rookie. So, hearing it be funny because deep down I know I can't go ride the cart to practice like the other guys. You feel me?
I got you.
Yeah.
It looks like we got Tennessee getting sweat out of Texas, Coach and Claude. So run on D tackles now. Run on D tackles. But man, Claude, let me ask you something, man. A lot of people always want to know the transition to the next level. They always say there's a big adjustment for you. What was the biggest adjustment you had to make going from college football to the NFL?
I mean, adjusting to that speed, learning a deeper and more detailed playbook. I feel like every level that you move up, the speed is a major difference. But I feel like jumping from college to the NFL, that speed, it caught me off guard. And then, just the detail in your work. It's not necessarily, who's more athletic, who's just, who's stronger, who's faster. But, it's consistency, like who's going to do their job exactly how it's coached, the right way every single time. So I'd say those are the 2 main things.
And just for you, man, like what does it mean to you to kind of like pave the path for more HBCU guys, man? Me and Coach were talking. You got Sundiata coming out this year. Jarvion's hoping to get his name called. There's some Mikey Victor out of Alabama State, man. What does it mean to you to be one of the guys that has kind of helped pave the path to the NFL out of the SWAC?
I mean, it means a lot. I look back and I talk to CB Chris Blair a lot, and we just have those small talks like we really made out of HBCU, let alone Alcorn, and I feel like it means more to me because knowing that I played at that level, I played FBS, and I feel like the difference isn't much, and we sometimes get overlooked. So I feel like just me being in the NFL, me putting forth my best effort is just helping eliminate that what's the word I'm looking for, the politics into it.
Yeah. I got to ask you because, man, Coach can only tell me so much, and I get it. He's got to play political because he's on the coach's staff. I know you've been down there for spring practice, got to see the team. Should the SWAC be on alert with the Braves this year?
The swag should definitely be on alert. I done told everyone, former players and everything. I said, hey, look, Alcorn coming this year. We fell short last year. I still think we should have made it, but look, we can't look at the past. Alcorn coming this year.
I like to see it, man. Me and Coach, we got plans already for a mic'd up thing at the Celebration Bowl. I told him all I need to do is for him to meet me in Atlanta, so we gonna set that up this year.
You sure you want to mic Fred up, man? You might hear some crazy things. You get some good content though.
Claude, hey man, before we let you go, man, I appreciate you getting on. We were just talking about the transition from positions. You went to college playing in the secondary, to playing edge rusher, to finally settling at linebacker. What's the mindset? Because you, like I said, you left Golden Gate as a DB. The mindset that it takes to make that transition from being in the back to being up close, point of attack, to being in the middle at the real point of attack. Speak to that mindset a little bit, man, before you get out of here.
Yeah, I kind of grew up switching positions a lot. So at first, I'd say honestly, it used to mess with me because it was like, I just wanted to just learn, master one position, just be a safety. I got to college and I was fighting to stay a safety as long as I could, but I gained some weight. So I mean, they bumped me down, and then I think the thing you just got to tell yourself is like, you're a ball player. Like if you're a ball player, don't matter where you at, you're gonna shine. So I feel like, it took me a while to embrace it, but at the end of the day, linebacker is a position where I love it. It's the best of both worlds. So we're important in the pass, we're important in the run, and I feel like just being all around throughout my whole career, it helped shape me into the linebacker that I am.
I appreciate it, brother, man. Thank you for getting on. B, you got anything else?
Nah, man, that's good. Claude, man, I appreciate you, man. Hey, it was good to finally chop it up with you. And me and Coach gonna have to get up there for a game soon.
Hey, just let me know. We'll get it situated.
You got the Saints this year in New Orleans, of course, in your division, no doubt. Hopefully it works out this year that it's our off week or one of those weeks that I can get a Sunday man to come and get the royal treatment because you owe me. B, I went to recruit this guy, man, and he had me at the what's the hotel you had me at?
At the Ritz.
We at the Ritz-Carlton. Man, that lady brought that bill, B. I was like, oh Lord. You ain't got no other choice but to sign with us, man. What are you doing? But it was worth
I
it. It was
got
worth
you,
it.
and I appreciate that.
That was the best grits and eggs I ever had in my life for $40.
Man, look, hey.
Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
All right.
Coach, man, we got a second special guest here, man. Give this man the introduction he deserves.
My man, my boy, Chris Blair, wide receiver, spent his career at Alcorn, between Alcorn and Hines. Mississippi kid. Kid we talk to all the time, man. Anytime I call Chris, man, Chris picks up or he calls me right back. He's still holding out on my other jersey, but we'll talk about that later once we start talking about the OTAs. Chris, man, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Finished up minicamp this week. Volunteer minicamp this week, so got a chance to get out there on the grass with the coaches to get to do some competitive things. 7-on-7, got to run some routes on air and kind of get out there and let the coaches see what we got. So it was pretty fun. So just in the OTAs phase, man, just trying to get better.
How my boy Tyler Heineke looking?
Man, Taylor, my boy. No, me and Taylor got a connection because obviously we was together last year, but it's kind of carried over, especially in volunteer minicamp. You could see it. Most of my targets and passes came from Taylor, so he's doing good. Like this is my guy.
Good, good. I don't know. Do you know B? Were you up and running when Chris was with us, or?
I don't think so. I think I was just behind.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Chris, man, this is my guy, Zach, better aka Bluebloods, man. This is my guy, Chris Blair.
What's
Nice
up,
to meet
Chris?
you, bro? What's going on, dog?
Oh man, not much. We got to ask. Have you got a chance to meet all the staff, the new staff in Atlanta? Because our guy KJ Black's over there now. I know he's working
Yeah.
with the receivers. Man, have you got a chance to chop it up with KJ yet?
Oh yeah, I talk to KJ every day. Him coming from an HBCU background, coming from Prairie View. So we pretty much got a good connection. Uh, yeah, but I've got a chance to meet the whole staff. We've been we've been at this thing since April 2nd, so just pretty much been a lot of meetings. Pretty much install, just learning the plays, and then in the weight room. This past week was our first week, being able to get on the grass and stuff like that. So it's basically just kind of building camaraderie. We learning the coaches learning who we are. It's been pretty cool so far. All the coaches, they bring like a new energy to the building, so it's kind of contagious. It makes guys want to be around. So it's been good so far.
Man, so we got to ask you guys. Obviously, being a wide receiver QB, you always locked in, man. How you feel about your newest teammate, man? Michael Penix getting drafted, man. Just took Washington to the national title, thrown for a whole lot of yards in his college career, man. Your thoughts on Michael? Have you got a chance to chop it up with him at all?
Nah, I haven't, but I like the pick. Obviously, I think it kind of caught everybody off guard because I mean I think a lot of people were thinking defense, but I kind of see what they were doing. And understanding the NFL, it's a business. It's always trying to put the team in the best position to win, and not only just for a year or so, but that's for years to come. Uh, so I think it was a great pick. I can't wait to get to work with him. Got a great resume. I'm just ready to be able to strap it up with him, go to war with him.
Go ahead,
He's a
coach.
Florida boy. He's a Florida boy, so you know he can ball.
Yeah, you had to throw that in there, didn't
Yeah, man, no question about it.
you?
Uh, but in your time since you've been there, Chris, um, and we just asked Claude basically the same question. Being that Kadero Hodge was already there,
Yeah,
the HBCU track that you took to get there, man, from uh, the Washington not Generals, you know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
them guys, and sitting and just being patient. Um, and Claude are the type of kids to show that chip. But can you speak a little bit about how every day you show up with that mindset that you got to do just a little bit more, you got to be a little bit better, just because you have Alcorn behind your name and not say Washington?
yeah. I think you got a great point. I feel like coming from an HBCU is like you automatically come in with that chip on your shoulder because I mean, obviously we ain't handed anything, so especially the standard that we lived up to at Alcorn, it was more so like you're gonna work for everything you get. Like you gotta earn it. I think from the foundation before Coach Mack to now, it's always been like okay, it's earned. Success is earned, not just given. So I've kind of carried that same mentality from the time I left Alcorn to now. And obviously, you can kind of see throughout the building some guys who just, you know what I'm saying, just do the minimum, the minimum requirements and go on. But those guys like me and Cordero, like we got a close relationship. Obviously, coming from Mississippi, both of us somewhat having a similar background with him going to Hines and being at Alcorn for a little bit, and obviously he ended up transferring to Prairie View. But it's like the work ethic is totally different. So just being able to carry that mentality with me, I feel like it's helped propel me and take me to a lot of places that a lot of people thought I shouldn't be. But yeah, I feel like if it wasn't for that mentality that was instilled in me when I got to an HBCU, I feel like I wouldn't have been where I'm at today.
Because you spent a year in Green Bay,
Right.
um, and it's one of those deals of where you're there the whole season. You're there with Aaron Rodgers. Uh, Can you speak to just a little bit on how that was? Because you hear the stories about the work ethic he has and what he puts into it.
Yeah.
And what did that cause, you guys as receivers? Uh, did that push you a little bit more? How was that?
I feel like it taught me how to really be a professional. Um, Obviously, when I was in Green Bay, it was more so surrounded by a lot of veteran guys, like guys who've been in the league, who have been doing it for a long time. Obviously, I was in the receiving room with Devontae Adams and Randall Cobb. I think that year Devontae was in year 8 and Cobb was in year 11 or whatever. So, and then obviously having A-Rod at the helm, and he's running the show or whatnot. How he wants it is how he wants it. Like it's no other way around it. So, it really kind of taught me to really make sure I knew what I was doing. Like, cause he was one of those guys. Like, he gonna get on you. Like, if they put you out there and you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what to line up, or you run the wrong route, he's gonna let it be known. Like, so it really taught you how to really be a professional and make sure you took every day to make sure you were locked in, not only physically but mentally as well. So yeah, it taught me a lot, and obviously it was kind of different when I got here to Atlanta last year because we had a younger quarterback. So it kind of felt different because he wasn't a veteran and he was still learning just as much as we were. So now that Kirk is in the building, it's some of those same similarities of when I was in Green Bay, like having somebody who's been in the league and had longevity in the league, a lot of experience and success in the league. So yeah, A-Rod he really pushed me to the next level when I was in Green Bay.
Good
So
deal.
a lot of people in the chat have asked, because I Coach, and I've told you this, a lot of people in the chat say they can't see Coach ever getting angry in practice. They said he's too chill to ever raise his voice, to see him really getting on to players. Can you give the people the behind the scenes of what Coach is like on the field, in the locker room, in that positional room?
So what's crazy is I've got to see two sides of Coach. Like, because obviously when I was at Alcorn playing, he was on the dark side. He was coaching the DBs.
Yep.
So I got to see him. He got to talk a little trash to me every now and then. We get to one-on-ones or something like that. He was going to make sure his voice was heard. But I've also been able to kind of work with him in the receiving room. Like before I went to the XFL, I was actually assisting with him, with the receivers. And he's the laid back guy. He really don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you either gonna get it or you ain't, but now he's one of those guys who wants you to go out there and be able to play your game and play free without having to think too much or worrying about if you messing up or doing all that. Nah, he's just a laid back guy. Let you play your game. He'll correct you where you wrong it, and that's it. But like as far as raising his voice, like nah, that ain't even him. That ain't him.
That checks out. That definitely checks out, man. Coach, you got anything else?
Man, Chris, I just appreciate you, brother.
Man, appreciate you,
I'm
coach.
still checking my box every day for my Heineke jersey.
Man, dude, I gotta make sure I get something from Taylor, bro. I don't know if even if it's a T-shirt or something, I gotta make sure he's signing and get it to you, bro.
Yeah, that's my guy. I got to get it for him. I appreciate you, Chris, brother.
Man, appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good one.
You
You
too,
too.
man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Coach, man, we got a lot to catch up on, and I got bad news for you. I'm sorry. So while we were gone, we talked about Washington's pick. We talked about the Patriots. We talked about Sweat to Tennessee. Florida State is apparently new home to the Rams. The Rams going to get Braden Fisk to go next to Jared Verse on the defensive line. Prospect. Then the Eagles come up and get Cooper DeJean to pair with Quinyon Mitchell. So they might have just got the two best corners in the draft back to back.
That is absolutely crazy.
And then the Saints trade up, get Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama at corner.
Run on the corners now, huh?
We had a run on interior D linemen, run on corners now. And now I believe the Texans are on the clock at 42. The Eagles defense is going to be so nasty.
It's going to be scary.
That was their one weakness. Apparently, Texans, another corner coach, Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia.
I like him. I think he's a kid that can go inside and outside. Just depending on who they're playing. Things just got a little tougher for my Skins, no doubt about it. In that division, and that's the team to beat. everybody screams Dallas, but the Eagles are the team to beat in that division to me.
Man, I love it because their offense is already loaded. I mean, they don't even really need any
Oh,
offensive help. It was just they couldn't stop anyone defensively.
they got in those shootouts like we talked about.
Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another trade. I mean, teams are trading all around. I believe now that the Cardinals are next at 43. They already traded back once. Obviously not taking a wide receiver, so we can look offensive line here, defense. But I have a feeling if they wanted defense, they should have just stuck where they were. They had their pick of defensive guys.
I've got to think that they're going up front. I got to think that they've got to be going up front. It's
Maybe
somebody that they see.
Jackson Powers, maybe center out of Oregon. I like him.
Let's see what they're saying about Lassiter, day one nickel. Like I said, that's a kid that can go inside, outside. I think for you as well. And seems like I got the same thing Mel Kiper's talking about.
Huh.
So I think I'm on point.
Cardinals reach a little bit if this is true. They go and get Max Melton out of Rutgers, cornerback.
Run on corners.
Another one. I'm surprised. I'll be honest. I had this guy as a first round guy, Rakestraw out of Missouri. I really like him as a prospect. I can't believe he's still on the board. You also still have Mike Sandstrel out of Michigan still on the board at cornerback. You got TJ Tampa, Iowa State still on the board at cornerback. That's an interesting pick. Max is good though. I believe he was at the Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, when I was down there. So interesting pick there. I think we saw the run on quarterbacks and offensive players last night. Now you're seeing that run on defensive players where people are starting to get a little bit desperate.
Oh yeah, and realizing that we've got to start maximizing some of these early picks because there's some really good defensive players on the board. The one that I want to see, and I don't know if you've got any leakage just yet. I want to see what Vegas is going to do.
Oh yeah, they're on the clock right now. They are on the clock. Nothing yet. So we'll see. I'm a little surprised that Lassiter going that high too. Lassiter and Melton are interesting picks that early.
Let me ask you another question, and I'll give you my take on it as well. I was listening to a show this morning, and they were talking about the kid from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think in these GMs and the people that are making these decisions, where the kid plays at goes into the pick?
Absolutely does. I think it does. I mean, right? Because I mean that's where the term helmet pick comes from, which is the text I just got that the kid from Georgia was a helmet pick. You just take the risk. Because I mean, to be fair, I get it to a point. Because let's be honest, coach, it's easier to sell a third, fourth round pick if the kid's from Georgia, because then you could be like, hey, look at all these DBs Georgia turned out. You know, he played in that same backfield. He has this, and this. Like, just trust me, he's a Georgia kid. The percentage is high than it is to, let's just say, convince you draft a kid from Sam Houston State. A lot harder to convince your fan base that like that kid is what you needed. And to be fair, I hate it. I'll say this because we talked about the transfer portal NIL last episode and about how it's kind of the coach's fault that it's kind of devolved to what it is. I blame the fans for helmet picks. You can't get mad at GMs, coaches for making helmet picks when the fans react negatively when you don't select a big brand.
Right.
So that's the thing is, and it's weird, but fans would rather bust on a player from Georgia than they would want to bust on a kid from the FCS.
Ain't no doubt. And that was my whole take was that, you know, they would gamble on a kid that didn't start for Nick, Coach Saban, rather than a kid that did work. I'd take it even to like a San Jose. 4-year starter who put up numbers just because that kid. And it goes back to, like they were talking about, the tackle who's only played 8 games of college football. Now, to his credit, I mean, he is 6'8", and can move, but you can't have that double standard of one and then you go do a different thing. That to me, just I think is where a lot of the problems, a lot of the issues go. And I think that's kind of what me and you talked about off the camera with Verse. Now that's going to be the preaching point for a lot of schools to go get a Verse. Verse is the same kid. Now he got a little older, yeah. But I'm willing to bet that the coaching was no different on rushing the passer, so to speak, at UA than it was at FSU. And I'm an FSU guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a tough sell nowadays. Like if you're an FCS coach, it's just, you really got to sell development to a point. Like, I mean, that's really what all I think, because if you don't have what I think, who was the last kid from Bama draft? I don't remember. I think it was Arnold or someone like that. He was the 52nd first round pick coach since like 2009.
Yep. And not all those guys paying,
No, definitely
not.
Not.
Those guys paying. But it goes back to what you said. They'd rather go with that, say we missed, than to, hey, we missed on the kid from San Jose State.
Yeah. So Raiders go Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon, center. That's damn good value at 44. A lot of people thought he was a top 20 guy. He was probably the number 1 center in the draft because he's, if I'm not mistaken, he is I want to say he's the only true center that like had a day 1, day 2 grade. Like I don't think there's another. Yeah. Maybe Zach Frazier. Yeah, I forgot about Zach Frazier from West Virginia, him too. But a center was a bunch of guys who are converting to center. But I'll take the guy who started multiple years at Oregon at that position over all the rest of anybody who's moving positions, because I always tell people it's still a difficult transition to go from tackle to guard or vice versa, but the hardest one is to go into center, bro. Center is a brutal position to transition to if you don't have a history of playing interior offensive line.
And what did Mike Pouncey tell us? His first game moving from guard to center, he rolled back his first 3 snaps.
I bet.
Because the most important thing is the ball.
So as we keep rolling, man, I got to ask, because this, guys, like we told y'all, if y'all have any questions, put it in the chat, or anything like that. We'll hit whatever topic you guys want to talk about tonight, man. We just kind of freestyling at this point throughout the second, third round. I got to ask you, Coach, did you see the On3 post? They ranked the top 10 high school highlight tapes of all time.
No, was it on Twitter?
Yeah, coming out of high school. And man, when I tell you, I had such fun. It was such a throwback to go through and watch highlights of players in high school that are now in the NFL, that are now retired in the NFL. But I got to ask you, is there a player that like their highlight tape stands out to you at that level?
Leon Washington. I don't know if you remember the name. Running back, Florida State. I don't think he ever got tackled. If
you had to take a guess, who do you think the number 1 tape was?
Reggie Bush.
He's 2.
Oh, my. No fair. I'm I'm looking. But
Javion Clowney's crazy, though. Have you?
If it wasn't Reggie Bush, and you're saying it's Clowney?
Yeah.
Oh, because I was about to go Tebow, because I remember seeing his as well.
Tebow was not in the top 10. You had Clowney at 1, Bush at 2, Noel Devine at 3.
Yeah, that was absolutely stupid too.
Yeah. Sam McGuffey at 4. I don't think he ever panned out to be anything. Vince Young at 5. Tavon Austin at 6, which no surprise there. Tavon Austin was just different. John Elway at 7, Derrick Henry at 8, Allen Iverson at 9, and Kyler Murray at 10.
Allen Iverson's tape was crazy too.
Yes. Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can share my. Let me pull it over here. I might share my as we wait for these picks to come in. I might share my screen because I don't know if people have seen this Clowney pick, this Clowney tape, bro. He's got to go to jail for what he did to these kids.
And that's how I felt about.
Okay, let me see if I can enlarge it a little bit.
Hang
on.
That's how I felt about Derrick Henry, man. He was playing against little kids.
Yeah, so this one's blurry, but dude, he scores 5 defensive touchdowns in the first half of this tape. Look how big he comes off the edge. That dude is just a monster.
Playing a little fullback.
Yeah, look, and he just, how do you Coach, when I looked it up, when he came out of high school, he was 6'5", 260, and ran a 4.5.
Sounds like Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
look what he did to that kid.
Who's blocking that? And then he just gets a free pick and gets to return it for a touchdown because he's a running back. Some of these are just insane. Why wouldn't you block him?
There was a lot of business decisions getting made out there.
Yeah, this. Coach, I spent all day yesterday watching some of these tapes, and this Clowney tape is. I remember I was in high school when he was coming out, or no, was he in 14? Yeah, I think he came out the year. No, what year did he come out? I think. Yeah, I was freshman in high school probably when he came out, and I was real big into recruiting. But he just takes this kid straight into the quarterback.
This ain't even fair.
I talked to someone today about this tape, Coach, and he said he's murdering these kids. But he said if the coach really wanted to be unfair, he should have just put him at nose tackle.
Oh,
because at that size, Coach, you know how it is.
Edge never got a snap off.
Yeah, that's why he was bro, he would have shut out everybody at that point. But yeah, I've been texting back and forth with people over these tapes all the time, just throughout the week. Derrick Henry's is also just insane.
I remember watching his here recently, and there were so many kids that just kind of let him go by and then tried to catch him to where it was just hilarious. I would have loved to have been in the film room the next day with a couple of those kids.
To be fair, Coach, let's just be honest. Have you coached at the high school level before?
Yes.
Okay. What do you even tell your kid when you have someone Coach? Let me put it in perspective. So when I was playing high school ball, the biggest guy on our offensive line was the right tackle, and he was about 245, about 6'2", 6'3", maybe. Bro, what are we doing with what's the game plan?
Trying to go away from him. I coached against Travis Henry, and and he set the state rushing record on us, man. And it was he was at a 2A high school. We were 2A, but he was just a man amongst freaking boys. And it was just anytime he wanted to score, they just gave him the ball. Yeah. And 400 and some yards later, we walked off shaking his hand, and our kids were holding their arms and limping like we had been to war, man.
Coach, in his so they don't even have stats for Clowney's freshman and sophomore year. In 2 years, he posted, and this is just what they kept track of because you know how high school stats are, especially in smaller South Carolina. He posted 306 total tackles in 2 years from the defensive line spot and 55.5 sacks.
Yeah. Not fair.
Bro, what?
Not fair at all.
That kid could have been playing NFL football at 17.
Straight out of high school.
What are we doing? So to catch up on picks before, because I want to talk about Derrick Henry real quick, because I know you're a Florida guy, and I was doing some research on him. We got Green Bay coming up to 45. Got Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M. I really, really like that. The Panthers take running back Jonathan Brooks. Interesting pick there. Running back for the Panthers. And then New York comes up to pick 47, gets Tyler Nubin, Minnesota safety.
Ooh, first running back.
That's where we are right now. But coach, I was taking a look because I was because of the highlights. I want to do some research. So I was just enthralled by the highlights. I'm a nerd on film, but Derrick Henry rushed for over 4,000 yards and 55 touchdowns as a senior in 13 games. I mean, dude,
You got to go back and watch it, man. There were seriously kids that was just like in position, at least getting his way, not tackling, but getting his way. And they were like, nah, I'll live and tell about it later.
I don't blame. I mean, because we always joke all the time. Because listen, we had some talented guys. So I remember my freshman year, our high school had to go face T.J. Yeldon in his senior year at Daphne, and he was a stud. But like I always tell people, and people who played high school football and around football understand this, but I don't think the average fan does. If you're an elite player, like top Power 5-star player, it is unfair to even play high school football in most regions. Like unless you play, unless you play at like the Miami Centrals, the IMGs, the modern day stuff like that. But just an average like 4A high school in some random state, bro, it's not even like it's sad to watch almost.
And that goes back to, like I said, about Derrick Henry, man. I think his high school is like 2A, in the Panhandle. So, and back then, you got to think it wasn't a recruiting issue. You play with who shows up at your high school, who's in your district. So he just happens to be in their district, and then you got little Johnny over there in yours. I mean, it ain't much you can do about it.
No, I'm good on that. I mean, coach, because you know how it was in high school. Like you remember watching film like in the field house or something, and you gotta go.
You knew.
Bro, and then on like the worst is when like you had a test like fourth period, and like you had to go take an algebra test, but in the back of your mind, you knew you had to go tackle Derrick Henry at 6 o'clock that night in front of the whole school.
Like, man, look here. Nah.
Oh my god, man. Oh.
This ain't gonna be good. This ain't gonna be good.
Bro, you want to talk a business decision, bro? I am texting somebody. Just go ahead and slash my tires. I don't even want to show up to the game.
Coach, we couldn't get back, man. We got stuck at McDonald's.
Bro, there ain't no way I'm going to algebra in 6th period and I got to get out there and tackle Derrick Henry in front of my whole family. And people were getting clowned going back to class the next day. You gave up how many? Coach, he averaged 350 plus rushing yards per game his senior year.
And it's always those kids that don't play sports that are at the game that have the most to say.
I hated it. I just hated it. Shout out to Scotty, man. Appreciate you tuning in, bro. Jonathan Brooks to Dallas. I'll say this: if Dallas still needs a running back, because I think Dallas goes at 56, coach, and I know you don't want Dallas to get a good pick. I understand. I think you still got Corum on the board. I like him. Marshawn Lloyd there. He's going to Carolina, man. That's shout out to our guy Dave. Dave's probably happy with that pick. I'm not watching PMP right now. But Scotty, you still good, man. There's still some good running backs on the board. Corum, you got coach's guy Benson out of Florida State.
Jerry Jones ain't going that route.
I like Corum and Marshawn Lloyd, man. Those are the two running backs on the board that I'm kind of sold on. I'll say this: A.D. Mitchell still being on the board at pick 48. Very interesting, in my
Jerry
opinion.
Jones ain't going that route. Jerry Jones is from the draft a defensive end.
Let's see. It looks like Jacksonville goes Mason Smith, defensive tackle LSU. It looks like they signed Eric Armstead earlier this offseason. So that's two big interior guys.
It's
off the board.
When is Dallas pick?
Dallas goes at 56, unless they trade up or make a move. Wow, Mason Smith was the 140th ranked prospect on PFF. He went 48.
Mitchell. Dallas might go corner. Dallas may go corner. I'm thinking about their defense. Because really don't, unless they want to go opposite of CeeDee Lamb to try to get him some help. I don't see Jerry going with a running back. But then again,
Scotty said, wait, running back to round 4 or 5, that guard and D tackle are bigger needs. I need Dallas to go draft Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State. Pull the Band-Aid off. Let's get the FCS run going. Let me see. I'm probably going to see. Let's see if Scotty can hop on with us. He going to drop. Y'all can talk about who's going to win the. Who's going to. No, let me talk. Let me say this. Y'all can talk about who's going to finish second to the Eagles in the division next year. Oh man,
I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't know about Tyler Nubin, safety, Minnesota.
See, that's another team that I'm not quite sure what they're doing.
Minnesota,
yeah, because they have some gaping holes as well.
Yeah, I will say this. I know it's I still think he's going to be a bust. I'm not sold on him as a quarterback, but there's a strong argument that McCarthy is going to the best situation. You give him Justin Jefferson, a pretty good offensive line.
I just wasn't sold on him at Michigan. And now everything's moving a lot faster. Everybody's a little bit quicker. I just don't know about him. And I'd say the same about Drake.
Yeah.
Because those guys, to me, in college were easily rattled. You know?
I can see that. And also, too, the thing with McCarthy is I don't think he was ever asked to
win games.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. Okay, let's give him credit here. I want to say this because I think this is I've heard this criticism about him, and I think it's unfair. When he was asked to make the plays, he did make them. And you got to give him a little bit of credit for that. But can he do it at this level? I don't know.
And I'll go a step farther with you from his college career. When you got Blake back there, it makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if Minnesota has that. You don't have Adrian Peterson coming back. You know what
Agreed.
I mean? A Robert or whatever coming in. You know what I mean?
We got our guy hopping on real quick, man. Scotty, man, how you doing tonight, man?
Man, I'm chilling. Just vibing. Just vibing, man.
Scotty,
draft.
Scotty.
So
you happy so far?
You know what? Let me give y'all a little history. Every since
have y'all drafted anybody?
Don't worry about yourself. Worry about yourself. Right? Ever since Jason Garrett started this run in the first round with offensive linemen, it hasn't been bad for us. It really has not been bad for us, right?
True.
Zach Martin, Tyler Smith, Travis Frederick, Tyler Smith. So we've been able to hit on offensive linemen in the first round. So I'm not tripping. For me, the next thing I gotta see to come to play, D tackle.
I deal with that.
Because we don't ever value that middle like we suppose, and we get ran through on like the worst teams that have to run the ball. They run the ball on us. So I need us to shore up that middle. We need linebacker help, of course, cornerback help. But for me, it starts in the trenches, and we need that big D tackle that can move, that can seal. You know what I'm saying? I really don't even need you to really apply pressure up the middle. I just need you to stay in there.
Just be there.
Just be there. So you
let Parson run him to you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like when they do that zone stuff, just mime it. Just mime it down the field, man. But that's the stuff that be killing me watching the Cowboys. But overall, man, you know what? Let me ask you guys this, because I know you was on last night. I watched a little bit of it. How did you feel about the Michael Penix pick? I loved it. I thought it was genius.
I questioned it only because you just gave a guy $130 million up front. So what was the? I felt like if you needed to go quarterback, you could find a good one later, because you just gave $130 million for that position. I understand the building for the future and all that, but you got to be able to stop somebody unless you're saying you're finna go out there and you're gonna win games 49-42.
I look at it like this, and I you know me, I texted Coach KJ Black. I texted him and I said I love it. I said he was my third best QB in the draft. I had Jaden Daniels number 1, I had Caleb Williams number 2, and I had Michael Penix number 3. So I felt that was great value. The second part of that is Kirk Cousins is 35. And he is not, you know what I'm saying? And he's not the most durable guy in the world. And his contract's only guaranteed for 2 years outside of the guaranteed money. But you know what I'm saying? His contract's only guaranteed for 2 years. And you get the 5th-year option with Michael Penix. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I thought there was a lot of leeway there. And you can kind of Jordan Love him, you know what I'm saying? Sit him back. Get him right in the system, and then you kind of plug and play when, Kirk Cousins walks off into the sunset.
And I see what you're saying with that, but then the only question to that is Jordan Love was 21.
Michael is what is he, like 24?
He turns 24 next month.
Yeah. So
but again, you get him for a rookie contract, like you said. So I understand that part of the business, but the other part of the business, it just doesn't make sense to me.
So if you go quarterback later, who you go get? Spencer Rattler, the Bama from another Bama from Tulane, or Max?
Yeah, the Pratt guy, or Carter Bradley from South Alabama, Joe Milton, Tennessee. It's kind of, I don't blame him for that, because I don't think the depth's here. Like, there's not another quarterback on the board I'd trust to be anything. Like, and I'm with you, Scotty. I love Penix. Like, I'm higher on him than most people are. Yeah. And I think he could come in and start. My thing is Penix was going to be there at 8 regardless. No one was taking Penix above 8. Just save the money and go get you an elite edge rusher out free agency, or go get you a corner, draft Penix, and he's already got the weapons.
Yeah.
You got Drake London, you got Bijan Robinson, you got a decent offensive line, you got who's the other? Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, you got Kyle
Pitts. I forgot about Pitts. Yeah.
And you can add I know they went defense, because listen, Raheem Morris is naturally a defensive guy. So that's what he's going to focus on regardless. At the end of the day, he wants to make sure his defense is good to go. I thought because I got a Falcons fan, he was hot.
They were pissed. Did you hear some of the Twitter spaces?
No,
they were raging. Dave sent some clips. They were ready to burn the city down. They were done.
Listen, and my dude's like a Falcons nest. He's like a season ticket holder in the nest. He puts big bucks behind that. He called me and was pissed. He was like, man, I wanted Dallas Turner. I wanted this. I was like, we need an edge rusher. I'm sick of this shit. Yeah, he was. But I tried to calm him down. I was just like, man, I said, listen, you got to look at the bigger picture. It's harder to find a quarterback than it ever is to find a DN. I'm not saying, everybody's going to turn into a Micah Parsons or Von Miller, but you can get somebody who's dual. Like Hassan Reddick wasn't Hassan Reddick. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he was a first round pick. No, he was a second, third round pick.
He was top. He was
top 15, I think. Top 15 pick.
Maybe. But he ended up he was a decent, like, he was never Micah Parsons level, but he was still
solid,
decent. Yeah.
Solid. And then, so I think, it could go anyway. I'll tell you this. The thing about the draft that I see is this. I'm like, you guys give a lot of value to people who do not play a lot.
We were just
especially this draft.
I'm like, if I'm an HBCU player, I'm like, now that you Albany kid,
Verse, he's a problem.
God,
he's a problem.
But this is what I'm saying. He stays at Albany. He's not a first round. Like, that's the crazy thing to me. He stays at Albany. He's not a first round pick.
No. and he would have had crazy numbers there as well. But
Could you
no.
imagine if he stayed at UAlbany, what he'd be doing to offensive lines in the FCS?
Oh, he had crazy numbers.
Guy who passed away
with AJ and with Anton, who's now at Arkansas. They had 3 edge rushers who were all possibly draft picks.
Crazy.
Men. My fans just got the corner from Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like him. I want to see him possibly move to nickel. I think he's too short to play on the outside. He's like,
he's definitely going inside. He's definitely going inside, but he's a guy that I think can give you value there and in the return game. But we've had some crazy picks. Like, I didn't agree with the pick from the kid from Mississippi State last year. The kid was like 160.
That's crazy for that weight.
Yeah, I mean, I know he can fly, but he's 160. All we're going to do is push crack, force him to make the tackle. He's done in 3 games. We needed to do something up front, and it's still a lot of time. We got a lot of picks. But it's kind of like Script saying about Dallas. We've got to do some things up front to replace the guys that we traded away. Sweat.
Yeah.
The guy we drafted a few years ago, first pick.
The boy from Maryland. With Ohio State.
With Ohio State.
Yeah.
We've got to do that, and it goes back to, like, we spent a lot of time and a lot of money chasing these people down and doing all these evaluations, and we know that we're weak up front, but then we go opposite places. I mean, I would love to sit down and talk about that.
I thought you had the Pains.
Sweat left. We still have those.
Yeah.
We still.
Them 2 Bama's is. Hey, I hate seeing them.
But Artis has been he's been banged up the last 2 years. The durability part of it. And I think, you got to put something solid behind, but you got to go get another end, I think, to replace what you lost in Sweat and what's his name in the middle of the year that you traded away. Yeah. Now, we got all these picks to do it. Now let's go do it.
Did y'all pick up, 2 picks from now?
Yep.
In 53? Yeah, because the center just went to the Steelers, Frazier from West Virginia. That's another center gone. Scotty, y'all's needs are getting taken up right now.
Was that what?
Y'all's needs are going off the board right now. Interior D-line and interior O-line.
Oh, man. And that's really what we need. But see, I don't know if I take a linebacker this early unless he's something special. Now, let me tell you. So y'all give me, because this, I'm a Cowboys fan through and through. Yeah. I think Micah Parsons should not play DN. That is my personal opinion. I think he's more versatile at the linebacker position, and we get a true solid DN. And this is why I say that, is because he's horrible against the run. Like, when you're asking him to set the edge, that he can't do it. He's just too small framed. But if you get him going like downhill with that speed at the linebacker position, oh man, ain't no touching him. You can't block him. So that's just me personally. I know they probably won't let him move because of his he's been all pro at the position, Pro Bowler, but I think that's a switch that needs to happen in my personal opinion. But that's
and I think it goes to scheme as well. True. I think that 3-3, 3-4 type stuff is what you're talking about with him, where you can stand him up, which they started to do. But if I know where he's going to be at, I can handle him. I can handle him.
I know I'm not crazy, because I'd be like, bro, what makes him more versatile is if you stand him up in the A gap and then you let him loop, you let him do all these crazy blitzes and drops and all that, delay blitz. That to me is what makes him like, hey, that's a value. But when, like you said, when you just got his hand in the dirt and he gonna be right there, and listen, we're gonna get a tackle on you, we're gonna put a tight end over there. You're not that good to set the edge when you're getting double teamed and getting moved and stuff like that.
Which is what Green Bay did to him.
Yeah. I got to ask you, Scott, because I asked Coach, so I know y'all are all in the same division together. The Eagles getting the 2 best corners in the draft potentially with their first 2 picks.
Listen, man, I've seen this team enough times. But you gonna have to show me. Okay, like that.
That's fair. That's fair. I like it.
You're gonna have to show me, because I've seen the Eagles enough times where they usually go get these mercenaries, Gardner Johnson and all these guys, and they bring them in, and then they barbecue chicken. I mean, that's just what it's been. The last time I have been scared of an Eagles corner is when Asante Samuel was playing and Nnamdi Asomugha. Those are the last times I was even worried. When Nnamdi was there, right? So, I'm not worried about it. And when Weapon X was back there, right? Like, those are last times I have been worried about an Eagles secondary. Now, where the Eagles usually get you at is the linebackers, the Bama from Mississippi State that had been there, Fletcher Cox. Those are the guys I was like, damn, he about to kill us, man. They about to wreck shop. But
that's the D tackle you need. You need that kind of guy.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So those were the times that I had always been worried about that front seven. I have never worried about the Eagles secondary. That has just never been on my. Now, I'll tell you this. I don't know where they're getting this money from, because I'm like, bro, how y'all Bama still paying people? Like, it's a salary cap for a reason. I'm like, I'm seeing y'all drop money after money after money. And we over here pitching pennies. And we the Cowboys.
I'm like, what are we doing?
What are we doing? I'm like, we worth billions. Y'all not even in our league, and we pitching pennies. I don't get it, man. So I don't.
They are on that they're on that Ram track where we're gonna go all out and win it, and then the next year we can't keep nobody.
And fans just happy you won it. And listen, I'm gonna be real with you. As a Cowboys fan right now, I would just be happy we won it. Okay. If we couldn't pay nobody else, I'd be like, we got one.
Won it.
We got one.
We won it last year.
I won though. Listen, you couldn't tell Cowboys fans nothing if we got one. What? Oh man, we good for another 5-10 years off that alone.
That's why I pray y'all don't come close to it ever again.
Man, we would be good for another 5-10 years. You couldn't tell us nothing. But how your Dolphins looking, Blue?
I didn't mind the pick. Listen, bro, we haven't had a good edge rusher since Cameron Wake. Probably. Okay. That was a minute ago. The only thing, I got the same concern you got with Micah. He can go get the quarterback. Like, Chop has he has the first, second, third move that you want, has the speed, the physicality. Can't stop the run to save his life. He isn't going to know what to do.
You know who I really, really liked in this draft? I like that kid from UCLA. Every time I watched him, I loved him. I mean, I just love his move. He got the inside swim, outside swim. You know what I'm saying? I think the second person I like is Verse because of his pure power. Like, he just plays with a rage and a power like nothing I've seen before. So, I like him, but I love how smooth that Bama from UCLA was. His game was just smooth. I loved it. Yeah. Absolutely loved it.
Verse was my guy. Like, that was the prospect I would bang the table for, and was like, he's not a bust. He can't be a bust. Like, I just don't see it. Like, he's a surefire guy. Yeah. I'll be honest. I mean, Latu's good. I just think the biggest thing with him was injuries, because he had
injuries. That's what they said.
Significant injuries.
Because listen, we just lost our linebacker due to a neck injury. You know what I'm saying? Like the Wolf Hunter. You know what I'm saying? He went against he got pushed into the back, and Colts got Donnie Mitchell. I like that pick.
I can't believe they got him at 52.
I like that pick a lot. That's a good steal. And let me say this.
That's a weapon.
If Xavier Worthy doesn't go to the Chiefs, he's not a first round pick. I don't care what nobody says.
Agreed.
Yeah. I don't care what nobody says. If he does not go to the Chiefs, he is not a first round pick.
He's got speed. He's just
They're seeing Tyreek. That's all they're saying. Tyreek.
I like this kid more than him. Yep. My favorite receiver out the draft was Marvin Harrison. I think, listen, if Marvin doesn't get hurt in that championship game with CJ Stroud, they beat them. They beat Georgia.
You know what was interesting, and I want to get y'all take on this. If it's not Marvin Harrison Jr., can he get away without running a 40 at none of the events?
I agree he could. Because his body, his tape is crazy. His
Yeah.
tape is crazy. You can't deny his tape. What I will say though, if it's not Marvin Harrison Jr., he doesn't go before Malik Neighbors.
No, he might not go ahead of Rome either.
Yeah, nah, he's a top 10 pick, but if his name is not Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors is your number one
receiver
off the board. Period. Point blank.
Those three guys are all going to be good. Like I know people, debate who should have went first, second, third. All three of those guys, in my opinion, are day one guys.
Malik's going to be good somewhere else because the Giants are going to hold to Daniel Jones.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
into the freaking end, and they're not going to be able to give him the ball. He's going to be good somewhere else.
Yeah,
but I do believe he's an absolute animal. I do believe that.
I like Malik Neighbors. I like his makeup more than Marvin. And it's not, I love Marvin Harrison's game, but Malik Neighbors, he reminds me, he's just a dog.
Hard nose.
He's just
he's hard nose.
You know what I'm saying? Like you throw that 5-yard slant and he could possibly take it 20, 30, 40 yards. And Marvin Harrison to me is
downfield.
He's a diva-ish. He's a little diva-ish and downfield, you know what I'm saying? So he's not that rugged in between the numbers type of guy. He's that outside, throw me the back shoulder fade, throw me the comeback.
You're not throwing him that tunnel screen like you are Malik.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you know what? Malik Neighbors reminds me of a second cousin of Antonio Brown. I mean Brian. Before
the Steelers.
Yeah, the receiver. He has
the Steelers Brown.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So he reminds me of Antonio Brown of the Steelers version of him. And just a little bigger and bulkier, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
I love him as a wide receiver. Listen, wide receivers are. I love them. I love my wide receiver.
That's me. If you could stop on a dime and be full speed in 2 steps, which he can do, and I mean he's a prop. Absolute prop.
Absolutely.
Absolute prop.
And I think people were sleeping on the Washington second receiver, Jalen. Cook
went to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Polk.
I love that kid.
Yeah.
I love that kid. He got overlooked by Odunze, but I like that kid. He reminds me of what's the Bama that left the Bills?
Stephon.
He reminds me of Stephon. He has that smoothness to his game where he's a reliable hands. He's not flashy. He ain't gonna do nothing real. Like, it's just gonna be like, he caught another one. Another one. Damn, he's 7 for 120. You know what I'm saying? Like 7 120 in the tub. You be like, damn, that was quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of game he has.
That was big for Drake May that the Patriots finally went and got him a weapon because their wide receiving core. Well, I know they got Schuster now. I want to say they went and signed Schuster, and then they got someone else out of free agency. I don't remember who it was, but I'm glad they finally loaded up because they have probably outside of the Cardinals, maybe the worst wide receiving core in the league.
Do they put Drake out there early?
They have to, right? Didn't they trade Matt, or is Matt still there?
Not him. The Bailey, Zach Bailey is there.
Oh, Bailey Zappi.
Zappi's there, and then Drake. But I think they traded away. He's at the Jaguars.
Mac.
Mac is with the Jaguars. He's the backup of the Jaguars. But I'm not a Drake May fan. I don't see
not either.
I don't see what people see in this kid. I really do. He reminds me of Mitchell, the one that went to the Chicago Bears not too long ago.
Trubisky.
Yeah, like I'm like, that's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of a Trubisky. I really wasn't a fan of this game. If I'm being honest, I would take Spencer Rattler over Drake May. Like if you gave me a choice and you said Spencer Rattler or Drake May, I'm taking Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I wasn't a Drake fan either. And I didn't understand. I was like, he must have went out there and really put on the show.
Yeah.
For him to be in top 3 contention, I didn't see it.
No, I think the two Jaden, Caleb, and Penix were like the 3 guys who I saw first round grades on. The rest of them were all reaches. That was just QB desperation. People were just trying to grab QBs. If May turns out to be good, I'll admit that I'm wrong. I don't see it. I'm with you, Scotty. He never showed that consistency. And I listen, I watched more college football than almost anybody. I don't even remember hearing about him this year.
The last
No,
I remember hearing
last year.
when FAMU played him, and he was like this big prospect, like, oh, they got this kid, and he went to his hometown school, and they had this whole thing, with Taz Walker being there and everything like that. So I just don't see it. Let's see what these Commanders about to do. Draft.
Tight end.
Yeah, baby. We're going to have a third day of nothing but defensive line.
Ben Sanu, Kansas State.
Leave it to the former North Dakota State coach to develop some tight ends. He's turning K-State to like North Dakota State Junior.
Yeah, TN University, right? Tight end University.
Yeah, because they also had a offensive lineman go earlier, if I'm not mistaken, or one that's supposed to go sometime today.
That's on the board, yeah, high up.
He's going to develop. K-State is going to be just like North Dakota State. They're going to have them big Midwestern offensive linemen, and they're going to have a good tight end every like 2-3 years. That's just what's going to happen. I need to see what the Dolphins are going to do here.
My thing is this. Well, I was talking to Malik Obi on the NFL draft agent, and we were talking about first of all he had his comp for Caleb Williams as Steve McNair. I said, you're smoking crack.
I saw that. We talked about it last night.
I said, you're smoking crack. Okay, like the running ability alone is not even the same stratosphere. Like, let's not play this game. Now, arm strength, I think Steve McNair has the bigger arm, but okay, whatever. I'll give it to you, Caleb Williams, or what we'll do. But you're okay. I think people to me don't respect the era in which people played, right? And the era in which Steve McNair played, what he was doing was not what they didn't do that in that era. It was hand the ball off, run for 100 and 200 yards a game, throw for 140, 170, 180, 200 yards. This Bama was putting up 4,000 yards in an era where you did not throw the ball.
Yeah.
What are we talking? What?
Y'all want to cringe? Because listen, I'll blame it. It's my generation, but I remember I have my history down. But someone in the chat last night, because me and the Golden Boot guys were talking about those comparisons, and I said Steve McNair, and someone in the chat said if Caleb Williams ends up having the same career Steve McNair did, he's a bust.
Should he better be happy he has the same career?
I said, did we not watch Steve McNair in the NFL?
I think that's very disrespectful, if I'm being honest.
Agreed. Like, Steve McNair was, an inch away from leading the Titans to the Super Bowl?
Well, yeah.
On a Jeff Fisher team who was all about defense.
And look at that track record of a quarterback after Steve McNair. Don't worry. I'll wait.
I will stand on it. If Vince Young doesn't get caught up with everything that happened to him, I still
don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh my God! Probably one of the worst careers.
Zach, don't say that. Scotty, we can agree on that, right? He shouldn't finish that statement, right?
No.
Okay.
Jeff Fisher 2, Jeff Fisher number
3. Vince goes maybe one step under the original Ricky Williams to me. There was just so much hoopla. You got to think about what Dicker gave up for him.
Oh, yeah.
And
the whole draft.
And it just never got right. So the original Ricky Williams, not the one that came back, but the original, I think him and Vince are right there to underachieving. I don't want to say bust, but underachieving.
I think a little bit of that is – I think a little bit of it, because Vince even said a little bit was on him of him not – taking the game seriously, but I still think Jeff Fisher did have a lot to do with that, and just taking a kid's confidence and not liking the way he probably was, or being from Texas, his swag or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But hey, listen, if I'm being honest, I'm really not even a Caleb Williams fan like that. I'm
not either.
I'm not. Listen, man, I'm sorry. Like when people talk about it, I'm like, I don't see it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he's talented. He's a DMV kid, so I'm a root for him. Yeah. But
Adrian, we cannot let Blue finish that statement, Adrian. We cannot let Blue finish that. No.
I'm blaming everything on the Titans.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, my real top two guys, because I had to keep Caleb in the top 3 because people were like, Scotty, you just crazy. So my real top two guys was Jaden and Michael. I felt they were just a little bit more poised in what they were doing, and my expectation for Caleb is a little higher based off his accomplishments at Oklahoma, coming to USC, having the resources and the talent that he had. I just felt that there should have been a little bit more there. So, but I'm
So, I mean, and I pose this to both of you when you talk about Caleb, because I was one of the ones that was secretly saying, I don't see the generational talent that everybody's screaming. I don't see it.
I don't.
Okay. So I was going to ask y'all to help me, because I'm watching him versus what even Colorado has called a below average defense struggle. And we're saying this guy is a generational talent, and he's going to Chicago.
I knew what I wanted to ask you, Blue. Bo Nix to Denver. What?
We were just talking about that before you got on.
Bo Nix. I listen, I was going to text you last night, and it's totally slipped my mind. Thank God it came to my remembrance. Bo Nix, Denver. You've seen more of Bo Nix than probably anybody on this screen. Bo Nix to Denver.
I don't know what they were seeing. When I heard Sean Payton compare him to Drew Brees, I threw up my mouth just a little bit. That's insane. Drew Brees is
I didn't understand that comparison. I didn't understand that comparison.
I don't need, because one, Bo Nix is more athletic than Drew Brees was. Like he's much quicker, more athletic, faster overall, but he does not have the arm that Drew Brees had. Like Drew Brees could spin that thing. Bo Nix does not have that. And Bo Nix doesn't have a bad arm. I just don't see the intangibles from Bo. That's my thing. I think if he goes to the right situation, we'll see. But are we sure that he's surrounded by a core of weapons that are going to help him be an elite quarterback right now?
I like Cortland Sutton. He kind of grew on me as he came into the league. I mean, you can't teach height. That's just, 6'4", 6'5", you can't teach that. My thing with Bo Nix is this. I haven't seen Drew Brees build an offense around a mobile quarterback to where they feel comfortable in the system and scheme. You had Russell, that didn't go well. Bo Nix is just as mobile as Russell, just a little younger. I'm just confused about what was it about Bo Nix that just made you feel like you had to have him. So I'm not saying I'm very on the fence. I'm very skeptical to see how that moves. And I'll say this, unless Bo Nix has a running game, I don't see him throwing you into a lot of games. That's just my personal opinion.
That's the thing with Bo Nix is, okay, and I always say this, to say someone's a bust, I think your expectation has to be set based on the pick and what round they go. If you take Bo Nix in the 4th,
nobody says a word.
Nobody says
nothing. 3rd, or even
nobody says
second,
a word.
I get it. 13, the expectations between pick 13 and a second round pick are completely different. And I think that's where it is. Because when you draft a guy at 13, you guys both know this. You got to go win now. If you're a quarterback.
Cowboys on the clock, Blue.
Now.
I think we go lineman.
Cowboys on the clock. Who?
I need Mason McCormick to go here. Perfect offensive lineman.
I think we go O-line right here. Either O-line or linebacker. I think a linebacker will be a little too high right here, but I definitely think O-line or.
I need them to draft a kid from Wichita State.
just a random, just a fan out the crowd. Just
a basketball player that they're going to make into a defensive end.
If you go linebacker, you still got Peyton Wilson on the board. Now, injury history is concerning, but that kid, if he stays healthy, is a freak at linebacker.
The thing about it, Cowboys has always taken their second round guys, have always been projects, right? I can go back from the tight end, Gavin Escobar, the linebacker from Notre Dame. That has just been their Jalen Smith, right? Like we've always taken those second round guys that have been like they had them rated as a first rounder and they just so happened to drop because of medicals and they usually taken that. Now I don't know if you can have that same with our new defensive coordinator. The guy that was kicking it with Prime up in Colorado. I mean, when he was at Jackson. He was the Vikings head coach.
Mike Tice.
Yeah.
No.
Not Tice. Not Tice.
Oh my God, I see his face. His son was an assistant on that staff too. Zimmer.
Zimmer.
Yeah, I'm thinking Tice Zimmer. Yeah.
Listen, first of all, I love Mike Zimmer. I really do. I love his scheme. I love what he did at the with the Vikings. Cowboys are not taking a running back here. It's just too high. It's just too high of a value. Running backs. I mean, listen, Pacheco was a 6th-round pick, and he was a Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl champion right now. So you can get a lot of value late for running backs. But me, I think you go tackle. You either go D tackle, you go guard. I wouldn't be mad if a center here. You know what I'm saying? Who's versatile, who can go guard or center. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious to see where we go right here.
You got to replace Tyron Smith, right?
We already did with Guyton. We're gonna move Tyler probably to left tackle, or I know we got Terrence Steele. So either Terrence Steele is gonna be our left tackle, or Tyler Smith might move to left tackle, and we'll kick Guyton out to right tackle.
And I'll say this: I like Guyton.
You really do.
He was one of my favorite tackles in this class.
Okay.
The Senior Bowl sold me on him.
Okay.
Injury questionable, his availability a little bit questionable. If he stays healthy, he's a problem. Like the Senior Bowl, he was dominating one-on-ones.
Okay.
He was one of the ones. Yeah, he was one of the ones that they said had probably had better weeks over there.
They said he's a wonderful pass protector. They just said run blocking, he's have to work on that, but pass, because usually, if I'm not mistaken, pass protection is the hardest part for O linemen. If instead of just run, I heard all O linemen want to run block because it's just fire off, lean on them. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's some stuff with there that we can work. But if he's a good pass protector, man, I'll take it.
Yeah, no, he is. The thing is, his arm length is crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, once he gets his hands on you, he's big enough to cause issues. And it's just like you said, run blocking and I compare it to, so you know how they always say defensive line is easier to play because it's just see ball,
go get ball.
Run blocking is kind of the same thing. As long as you know your assignment, you just got to go, unless you're a pulling guard. But usually on tackle, you either set the backside or you're going up to the second level looking to take a linebacker's head off.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. How good did the kid from Alabama State have to be to get drafted in the first round a couple years ago as a guard?
Woo!
Well, so he played tackle at State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for what I was told is his Auburn tape was everything. Like, he was mauling against Auburn, and apparently that was, like, his thing. Just kind of like Jacoby Durant with the Clemson game. But I think with Jacoby I think his size was a little bit of a drawback, like his overall height. Like, to be a corner, go first round out of FCS, you got to be like, who was the kid out of Tennessee State?
Dominique
Cromartie. Yeah, you got to be like that type of athlete to go first round at corner. You got to be a freak. But offensive line, I mean, Titus Howard had the size, he had the film. Offensive line is the easiest position in the FCS to go first round, in my opinion.
I agree.
Because we have a history of doing it.
I agree.
And being successful. That's half the battle, right? Like, that's how you put on. If you're not, like, it's only so many. Trey Lance has set FCS quarterbacks back for a while.
Yeah.
You don't have to get the taste out your mouth before you go out there and get to go get a Trey Lance. You get what I'm saying?
And the crazy part is he broke the mold, too. If he would have worked out, he would have been probably the first FCS player with a limited playing time, limited film because of that COVID season that got canceled, to be drafted that high, and he screwed it all up.
Edge rusher. Keelan.
It's not a bad pick. He's decent.
Western Michigan.
He must have some, because it must be some crazy measurables. It must be something where he either ran out the gym or, he's a freak.
Because to me, when you're talking Eastern Michigan, I mean,
Western Michigan.
Western Michigan. I mean, who are they playing?
Oh, okay. Came in at 6'3", 267, and had the #1 athleticism score at the combine.
He ran through those drills like nobody else, huh?
Yeah, so
that's how Mike Zimmer gets down.
He ran a 4.7, had a 35.5-inch vertical, almost a 10-inch broad jump, and a 4.1 shuttle.
Because think about it like this. He doesn't have to play right away. We still got DeMarcus Lawrence, right? We got Micah Parson, and then we got another backup guy that is pretty decent, right? So you could kick him in the D tackle if you want to, right? If you want to do that race car package type style to where you got your fastest guys, you can kick them inside. And Mike Zimmer likes to coach guys up. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those guys. I like to coach guys up. And he runs a traditional 4-3 style defense. Now, he might invert it every now and again, but he's a 4-3 guy. So I told you, Dallas has a mode. They have a thing about them. They'll take risk on guys who are just freaks, right? Like just athletic. In second round, they've always been those guys like, oh, he's 6'6" and he runs a 4.5 as a tight end. You're like, damn, I'm tired of seeing second round tight ends. Like, Jesus damn Christ.
We don't need another tight end.
We don't need another. We got 3 tight ends now on the depth chart. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that we drafted. Okay, so it's one of those things with Dallas. So they've always been this boom or bust type of rounds, and what they do in the 3rd to 5th is get just really good value. Right, like guys that just, they're not Pro Bowls, they're just solid, and that's usually just how they draft.
How many tight ends y'all got?
3 drafted. You got Ferguson, Hendershot, and another one that we legit drafted. So
that's insane.
I'm telling you, bro, we drafted these, man. Let me just take out this Dallas tight end room. I'm telling you, man.
That's
and
insane.
we just lost the one that went to the Houston Texans. We drafted him too.
Oh, that's right. Good Lord. Bro, y'all got an eye for tight ends.
Y'all got that. Hey, y'all got that locked.
Boy, we gonna get a tight end. Let me see what we got. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So Jake Ferguson drafted, Luke Shoemaker drafted, and Peyton Hendershot drafted. Both of them Bamas we drafted. All 3 of them Bamas we drafted. Plus, the Bama that went to Houston and showed out. We drafted him, but we didn't want to. We had him on a.
Is it Brevin? Brevin?
Nah, it was Schaub or something like that. Let me see.
Okay. Let's see.
Somebody said Trey Lance.
Dalton Schultz.
Oh, yep.
Dalton Schultz.
Okay,
So we drafted Dalton, then we drafted Jake, and we got to be de-drafting this as tight ends ever. Okay,
because some people thought the kid from North Dakota State could play tight end. The running back Lipke,
and we got Lipke. I like Lipke. I do like Lipke. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He's a dog. Like he's got that mentality. He's like just put him at fullback and tell him to go hit somebody.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Hunter Lipke. So I mean, dog, I don't know, man.
So Scotty, what do y'all do? And I know you're not in the front office, but y'all got a lot of contracts coming up, man. I mean, a lot of contracts coming up with a lot of money. We just kind of talked about that. I don't know how you keep the core.
What's up, Darby? Let me tell you this, and I'm gonna stand on this. Dak Prescott is not a $60 million quarterback. I don't give a hoot nanny who you go get. I'm not paying that Bama $60 million because this is why. You don't elevate my team. Like, listen, I don't care what nobody says about Dak Prescott because people be like, oh, Dak Prescott's this and he does this. And until Amari Cooper got on that team, he was ass. Okay? When Zeke was suspended for those 5 or 6 games, he was ass. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. He is ass. And when you lose to the freaking Green Bay Packers, when you have CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb was a Pro Bowler. Brandon Cooks, solid receiver. Let's not act. Michael Gallup coming back from injury, but he was solid. Jake Ferguson was an all-pro rookie at tight end, right? And you got Tony Pollard, and you get boat raced at the crib. No, I seen enough. seen enough. I'm telling you, he is the definition of like a regular season guy. He's a regular season guy. But then when you need him in the big moments, he comes up short. I'm sorry. Like, I'm okay. People be like, Scotty, you're going to be in quarterback purgatory. I'm cool with that, right? Because the reason I am is because that allows you to build everything else around the team so you can have a mediocre quarterback. So I can go get me a backup guy that I think can just do the job here or there. I can go get me a Jacoby Brissett, right? Like, just, hey, man, just don't lose us the game.
Keep it in the middle of the road.
Keep it in the middle of the road. 10-2. Okay, 10-2. That's it.
And then you sometimes get lucky. The Seahawks got super lucky. They did not expect what's his name
to be that.
Yeah, no.
You see what I'm saying? So, and we didn't expect Dak Prescott to be that. He was supposed to sit behind Tony Romo for at least 3 years, right? So it's a lot of that. So I'm on the listen. I'm probably like the only Cowboys fan on this band, but I'm on the picket fence. I'm like, get that man up out of here. Get him up.
He's gonna cost you too much in the end.
Thank you. And then you ain't gonna have no team, and then people gonna say, well, Dak don't got no help. He don't need help with $60 million. You are the help for $60 million, okay?
You how much longer does he have on his contract?
This is last year. He's playing. This is his last year. He's going into his final year.
Gotta let him go.
And he's not even trying to negotiate right now, which means he wants the bag.
Get it from somebody else. I don't give a damn.
But the Falcons. Falcons might as well go ahead and give me another quarterback.
Add another one. You know what? I think he'll be a great fit in Arizona.
Ooh. They got a problem on their hand, though. They got Kyler, man, and I think they've dug themselves a hole as well with that situation. Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, the fact that he even got a head coaching job is a whole nother conversation that I want to have.
Guys, this is my point exactly. Javon Bullard. This Bama is 5'10", 190. That doesn't work in FCS. It works if you give me that measurable that a kid at FCS and can play the same way he plays, you don't get drafted in the second round because of what do they tell you? Well, the measurables. He doesn't fit the measurables. But the Bama's 5'10" at Georgia and it works.
Look at the corner of that Michigan was it y'all that drafted? He's 5'9".
Yep.
That's never working. There's no FCS school that's sending a 5'9" corner to the league.
Come on,
in the second round, especially.
Heck no,
dude.
He's looking for that call right after the draft.
Give me Mikey Victor in his build over this kid for sure.
Mikey Victor, if he's at any of these schools, he's a first round pick.
Yeah, or at least second round.
At least second round pick.
Unless he just goes and tests out and he's ass. I mean, you talking about 6'3", long arms.
I was told he went to Bama's pro day. So like he went to Tuscaloosa and was right next to Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry. And I heard he held his own at pro day. And the kid's what, 6'3"?
6'3".
A legit 6'3" too.
4'4", 4'3", something like that. You know what I'm saying? The kid can move. And he's a great zone corner. Mm-hmm. He reminds me of Richard Sherman. Like that's really that's exactly what he reminds me of. Like he's a great cover 3 corner where I'm bailing. I'm looking at the quarterback. I'm looking at you. I mean, he does it really well. I'm not gonna lie to you. At first, I was like, Then being hanging with Blue, I went to Pro Football Focus. You know what I'm saying? So, so it's great. I said, damn. I said he's graded that high on Pro Football Focus. So then I started looking at his tape, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, he can do a little something. He can move. You know what I'm saying? So, but the only thing that hurts corners like that is the quarterback play. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a catch-22 with that. So, you know what I'm saying? He's not going against the best quarterbacks to throw it his way. So
no, the problem is like the best quarterback he faced this year I guess they didn't play any big out of conference games this year. Thinking back, best quarterback he saw was Musa or Allen.
That ain't saying much.
Musa and Allen were the two best quarterbacks he saw all year.
That ain't
And
serious.
they had issues. I think by the time we got to them, they had some issues. You still got to get out there and play, but after that little conversation with Keyshawn at the end of the game, they had some serious issues going on in-house. And I think he was one of those kids that kind of got caught in that because there's no reason for that kid to be playing off. There's no reason for that kid to be set to one side of the field. You let that kid travel. Monterio goes to the right. That kid needs to go to the right.
You an NFL prospect? Take your ass over there and guard that Bama too.
Exactly.
Okay, my NFL prospect. Take your ass over there and guard that Bama too.
You would think with E-Rob being a defensive coach, he would know that. Like, if you're a defensive-minded coach,
I'm putting him in every situation.
You coach DBs at Alcorn. If you had a prospect like Mikey, would he ever leave wide receiver 1?
No. Who we need to take away? Oh, wherever he go, you go.
Next on the agenda.
Exactly. Where's my number 2 corner playing? That's the conversation.
That's what we talking about.
Hey, I'll coach you 3 up, but he over there.
Yeah.
You 3, this is what we need to do. The other corner and the 2 safeties. Don't worry about him. He good.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, man, you're talking about a kid that's 6'3", a kid that's 5'8", 5'9", gets drafted. The scales are where they are, but it kind of goes back to what you said, Blue. Nobody wants to bust on a kid from Alabama State because it just looks bad. The fan, backlash, all that. Now, does it make it right? No, but that's what we're dealing with. That's just where we are.
Blue, you got some people in the chat says, what about the old lineman out of Howard? Is he going to get picked?
Possibly. I'm so torn on his film, man. And I've talked to Gerald about this, man. Me and him did some scouting work together for the site. And bro, I want the kid to be good. Like, you know how it is, Scotty, because we cover these HBCU kids, we cover these FCS kids. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt if I can. The more film I watch on them, the less benefit of the doubt I can give them.
It's worse and worse. And Blue, no, I don't do no old lineman. I called Blue up and said, Blue, I don't see it. I said, I do not see it in this kid. It's just a lot of bad. It's just like a lot of this. It's just a lot of leaning over and heavy.
Waist bender.
I don't like it when I see it. And there's no aggression. There's no
He needs to be, if you took Tariq Stort's gameplay and put it into Aneem Dankwa's body, that kid's a day 2 pick. Because I'll say this, I think the kid from A&T is a better offensive line prospect than Dankwa.
Yeah.
Right now, if you're looking for a guy to play right this second, I'm taking the kid from A&T, Tariq Stort. But what's going to happen is I think Aneem might get picked up late. He''ll be a top free agent. If not, it's because of the upside with him.
Yeah.
It's the measurables.
It's the measurables. You can always take a run on that a guy like that. 6'6", you know what I'm saying? 6'8", 6'6". You know what I'm saying?
He's a legit 6'8".
Whew.
Like, that kid is a freak in terms of just size.
Hey, bro, listen, it was that 6'8" kid, the white boy who went in the first round, the lineman. He was sitting in this brown chair.
Okay.
He made that chair look so small. I was like, that's a big man, okay?
Yeah. And then did you see when he hugged his dad?
Yeah. What was
his
that?
Dad was an All-Pro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I told Coach, I went up to that Tennessee State Notre Dame game. That kid walked on the field. I said, ain't no one going past him. I mean, that dude was a grown man. Like, it's different when you see him in person, dude. Like, he walked out there with the big knee braces and everything. I said, well, it looks like y'all gonna be rushing from that side because that side's closed down. There's nothing you can do.
Ain't nobody getting through that. That man was huge.
And then just to follow up on the kid from Howard, talking with scouts as they come through Alcorn, they are always going to take that type of kid as late as possible or free agent wise because they feel like they can fix what's wrong. But the aggression part, as one guy told me, Coach, Scotty, you can't teach him to bite.
Nah.
A pit bull comes out, he's going to bite. You can't teach him how to bite. And I think that was kind of the late question on him. They showed, I think it was off. They showed where he's looking for work and then he just goes and he sees his guard tied up with this D tackle, and he just goes and cleans that freaking D tackle up. You don't get that from him, and I think that would be a holdback on him. But the project part of it, he's gonna be in somebody's camp. If nobody calls him late, he'll be, as soon as the draft over, he'll be the first call.
Yeah,
he'll be the first call.
Well, Coach, you know this, and Scotty, you coach basketball, like you know this. If you're a confident coach, you always feel like you're the missing piece to development of a kid. If you see a kid with the height, with the weight, with showing flashes, you're like, man, if I could just get my hands on him and coach him the right way, I could be what he needs to develop. And if you're coaching the NFL, I feel like take our guy KJ. If KJ sees a raw wide receiver and he sees the flashes, you don't think KJ is confident that if he gets him in his room that he can develop him into a starter?
Yeah.
Look what they did with Puka.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming.
He a beast too.
Oh yeah, him and Cup on the same. If Puka was a little bit older, it could be there when Cup was in his prime. Could you imagine?
I wouldn't want to see none of that. I wouldn't want to see none of that. But the funny thing is, Dunes was talking about Puka. I think he was on an interview talking about Puka because he went to Washington first before he went to BYU. They was like, yo, Puka was that guy. They said, listen. He said, he said, all the guys you talking about at Washington with the DB, he said, none of them can guard Puka. He said, we knew if he got an opportunity, he was going to turn up because he was that guy at Washington. He said, he was the guy I was watching and trying to learn from before I got my chance. So he said, we wished him the best when he went to BYU. And he said he was doing that at BYU. He said, you know what I'm saying? But it's some of those guys just go under the radar, and next thing you know, it's like you give them the right opportunity, you give them the chance, and
boom, here they go.
And that's what I love about the NFL, man. It's like when you give that one person the chance and they make it stick, and you're like, oh man, we're like the Victor Cruzes of the world, right? You know what I'm saying? Like how that worked out, you know what I'm saying? Coming from Buffalo, undrafted, all this, and the next thing you know, you're a sensation.
And that's why I think the XFL is so big, man, to give these guys opportunities. And if the NFL really brought into it as a developmental piece,
absolutely,
I think those guys can benefit. Those type of guys could definitely benefit from that, man.
What needs to happen is the NFL needs to add more to the active roster. That's really what it needs to come down to. It needs to be at least 60, 65 people on the active roster. And now you can have those extra bodies for those Thursday night games, for those, those quick turnaround games. Like you have those extra bodies instead of just having a practice squad people. So you just add more to the active roster, in my personal opinion. So
they need to expand it too. I know they're adding the New Orleans team, and then I think one more next year for the new UFL. Then add I had 4 or 5, 6 more teams, and
you got the money.
You got the money, especially after the first 2 years. I mean, I've watched UFL every weekend, I love watching it. It's just more football for me to watch. And I know a lot of the players, there's a lot of FCS guys, former P5 guys, or guys that I used to watch in the NFL. I think there's potential there. But like you said, that NFL is going to have to get involved because we've seen it too many times. Anytime the NFL shuts out a developmental league, it dies.
Goes on.
It's got to have that lifeline somewhere. And that's the thing I'm worried about. And I think FCS guys, we also got to get out of the mindset because, Scott, you talked about this at the Legacy Bowl. Some of these guys got to be honest with themselves and stop looking down on the UFL. Like, if I don't go NFL, man, I ain't committed to the UFL.
You crazy.
Yeah.
Shit, Canada. Hey, I'm gone.
Aubrey with the Elks, and the Elks is not a bad team. You know what I'm saying? The Elks is not a bad team. And to me, I like seeing stuff like this because now it makes me want to go check out the CFL every now and again, right? Like, okay, what them Elks doing? Let me see what Aubrey's doing. You know what I'm saying? So, and if the UFL bought into more FCS players and Power 5 guys, then you take those fan bases over there because people want to continue seeing the guys that they've seen and watch and win. You know what I'm saying? So, I wish it was like a UFL draft, right? Like, maybe 3 rounds, and just something like the UFL draft of them matriculating up to the NFL or, free agent tryouts or whatever, man. I
like the old World League. You expend the draft, and now anybody from the 7th round on is allocated to go play at Off Strip, go play at Bluebloods, go play at Fred. And now you've got 2 years to turn that corner. If you turn it, you turn it. If you don't, you don't. Now we continue to bring guys in, and we don't have lifers, so to speak,
Yeah.
in that type of deal. But that's why I thought the old world league was so good, because they allocated guys there and it kept the product good.
Yeah. And you use it like the NBA uses the G League, right?
Exactly.
You send Bama's down, get that extra work in, right? Like if I got a 5th or 6th round pick that ain't working out, I'm gonna send them down. You know what I'm saying? So
like Isaiah Lamb would be the perfect prospect to send down and let him get developed.
Oh my
at that
God.
level.
You know what I'm saying? It'll be perfect because one, he needs the linebacker tape, right? Like if they don't want him to play DN, you move him to linebacker, let him get some linebacker tape. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those type of situations. So
the Chiefs just traded up with the 49ers.
Why do people keep helping the freaking Chiefs?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, does Danny Ainge, their new GM, like he's just out here just going crazy? Scotty, I mean, you weren't on when we talked about that
defense, but go ahead.
If you're the Bills, there's no way if your needs wide receiver, you give the pick to the Chiefs at 28.
You gotta give me. Listen, calling my phone, I be looking at them like this. Unless this is 2 first-round picks, what
we talking about?
I need this year and next year's.
Oh, what we talking about?
Like Scott for 3 picks for 2 spots. Yeah, I need this year and next year. We can. Then don't call me. Then don't call me. I'm not helping you.
You just did what to me 2 years in a row?
You just lost me. I'm not helping
you. No, you got these people about to run me out of town, and you want me to do what? Okay.
Stop playing me.
This is just insane, man. Well, they got an offensive tackle.
Oh, is that okay?
Out of BYU, the Kingsley kid. That kid's such a freak too. Those BYU kids they got the Midwestern offensive lineman again, kind of
grown men.
Yeah,
grown men.
I'm telling you, man, I don't understand what it is, bro. And also too, we kind of talked about it last night. Those kids from the Midwest come in at like 220, 225, and they end up being like 300-pound maulers. It's just
grown men.
It's just insane how they develop players up there. I'm trying to see what I'm hoping that we get an FCS guy with this last 2nd round pick. If not, hopefully we get some guys going in the 3rd round.
So spin this back to where we work at, FCS level. And it's kind of tricky, but I pose the question to both of you, because we talk about the kid from South Carolina State. We talk about the kid from Bama State. But then we also talk about on our shows how it just doesn't make sense for Alcorn to go play freaking Alabama. In order to give our kids that opportunity, do we need to rethink this and maybe not Power 5 playoff type teams, but go more that route and leave I'll take our schedule and leave the Evan Waters where they are. Just to put it on tape for our kids, and essentially it makes us better as a team.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, both of y'all?
Listen, it all depends on what the program sees for itself, right? If you want to be a feeder to Power 5s or to the NFL, you're gonna have to get better tape. That's the game you have to play. Right. And I won't say Group of 5 won't get you there. You know what I'm saying? But playing Vanderbilt helps. You know what I'm saying? Playing a Vanderbilt, playing a Mizzou, maybe not this year, Mizzou, but playing a Mizzou.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not this year, Mizzou, but just playing a Mizzou, playing a Memphis, right? A nice, nice Group of 5, like, something like that. To me, you gotta leave the D2s alone. I'm sorry, man. Like, we got to get away because there's high-level FCS games that can be played outside of you going to go get a D2 team. Like, I'm off that bandwagon. But if you want to do it for the entertainment aspect, then just say what it is that you want to do for the entertainment aspect. But go ahead, Blue. I'm done.
Everyone knows how I feel. I feel like me and Scotty were on the front lines taking the bullets on this topic for what, like 2 years?
2 years, easy.
I mean, people were coming at our throats saying it, and now the fans of some of these programs are on the same boat because they're bored watching their team beat up on Lincoln, PA, or Lincoln, CA, whatever it is. I mean, it's just like I'm sorry, like, and that's what I didn't ever get. Like, I understand, like, you want a home game. But coach, no offense, y'all have a lot of trees out there, and it's in the middle of nowhere, and my phone doesn't work. Y'all got Stephen F. Austin, who was in the playoffs, a top 10 FCS team, to come to Alcorn first. But you're telling me that teams ain't answering the phone for FAM or Jackson or Bama State or Southern and Baton Rouge, that they'd rather come play Alcorn first, where they might not make it out at night, because I got lost before with the GPS, but they come play y'all first. But
don't get on the trace.
And teams will come and teams will play Valley.
Yeah, happily.
Yeah,
I don't get it, bro. I like, to me, you can't tell me you're not ducking. Listen, I love that FAMU South Florida game. Absolutely loved it. Those are the type of games you need to be scheduling. And if Musa didn't get eye surgery the night before, you win that game. Okay, your defense is good enough to win that game, and it's the same South Florida turns around and holds Alabama to like 15 or 16 points. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like those are the games you got to go make your money. Those are the opportunities. And listen, one team I'm always going to know, Alcorn going to give you what you want, okay? They going to have a solid schedule. The rest of these jokers just be playing with. I love Tennessee State against Notre Dame. That first quarter, you couldn't tell me Tennessee State didn't give Notre Dame everything they had.
Well, I was there. The stadium was silent at the end of that first quarter.
Alabama was hitting. I was like, this is football. It's missiles everywhere. Pew, pew, pew. On both sides. Right? So that's what these kids want to be in those moments, man. Kids want to go out. Kids want to walk into those stadiums and say, wow, this is what it's about. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're trying to get to. This is the level we're trying to get to. It's all part of the experience of playing in college football, man, because even if you don't make it to the NFL, them kids at Tennessee State be like, man, we played at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I was at Notre Dame, man. We gave them the business for the first 2 quarters, boy. They couldn't handle us.
It was such a cool environment too, man. And like the thing about it, man, shout out to Mr. Gaddy, man. Appreciate you hopping in here, man. That's my guy. I talked to him earlier today. But the fans of Notre Dame were excited before the game too. For that game, because it was the first time Notre Dame ever played, not just an HBCU, but an FCS school. And they got to go make history. And I'm telling you guys, and I know people don't believe me, that stadium was sold out for that game, for Tennessee State. Sold out to the rim. And it was loud in that stadium too, man. One of the loudest stadiums I've been to. And I don't get it. Because in I think it was our guy Black Pilot, Campbell came to JSU and didn't get a return game. So you can't tell me there ain't schools that are willing to come. And the argument is, well, when those schools come, they don't bring anybody. Do y'all know a single Lincoln CA fan? I don't even know if they have students. I don't. I'm so serious. I've never met a single person who was associated with that school. But yeah, they must be bringing more people than McNeese, man. Must be. Must be.
But even to that argument, though, there's teams within our conference that don't travel, that don't bring anybody.
Ooh. Say it again.
Again. I'm not gonna call names, but there's teams that don't travel within our conference.
I'll give it to you.
That don't. So we can't use that argument.
Very few, 12 fans.
Valley don't bring a single soul.
Oh, Valley don't bring nobody to their own games. I was at a home game in Valley. It was, damn, you brought more people to Valley than Valley in the Delta. Okay.
Oh my God.
So
I get it, and you don't want to make. I get it. You don't want to go to goddamn Baton Rouge. I get it. You don't want to go to Tuscaloosa opening week. I get it. But, my thing is...
Okay, perfect example. Chance murdered LSU. That's how he got to Cincinnati. They could not tackle Chance at Grambling when they went up to play at LSU. Couldn't touch him.
Well, that's the other side of the coin now that everybody's going to say. We're going to play these kids for a tryout for those schools. Because of the poaching, the the portal and all that. And my response to that has always been, they have whole departments that are watching our tape regardless if we're playing them. So they have people that are watching the all-conference list.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't use that argument because at the end of the day, that's just what it's come down to. Yeah. Now, I've got to really work to recruit Scotty to stay here. I've got to recruit Blue to stay here. Now, at the end of the day, you're going to lose some of those, ain't no doubt.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about a senior in your program that you say, hey, the scouts are coming to see, I think you got to look at putting yourself in that position to where those kids have an opportunity to compete versus the receivers at Clemson, versus the D linemen at whoever Bama State was playing that year. But I just don't know how we get to that.
I mean, I'll say this, like, because I'm on the P5 side too. Auburn has a team that all they do is watch film of teams across the country. They have a transfer portal recruiting team. And I mean, everyone heard Nick Saban last night, right?
Straight up. Talk about
Quinyon Mitchell. He got drafted. He said that was our number one transfer target. He just ran loyal to Toledo. We wanted him. We tried to get him to hit the portal. On ABC. Look, you can get that with the antenna. You just admitted to recruit tampering live on ABC. I mean,
nobody wants to hear that part of it.
Bama didn't play Toledo. I'll tell y'all, they knew who Quinyon Mitchell was.
Yeah,
whole department.
You know what I'm saying? And to me, the loyalty to even stay at Toledo, it speaks to the kid.
Crazy,
right? Huge.
Because Toledo couldn't do. Listen, he goes to Alabama. He gets whatever he wants, NIL money, whatever. But some kids, whoever his parents are, who developed you? Who saw? See, that's what kids don't think about. Who was in the trenches with you, developing you? Who saw you before Alabama saw you? Who gave you the opportunity to even play? Alabama wasn't thinking about you 3 years ago. Now we put all the work in, and now they want to come grab you and put you on an all-star team, and you might play.
And they'll recruit you for depth. Straight up will just put you on the bench just because if Jared versus FCS, if Keon Coleman gets hurt, wouldn't it be better to have Keyshawn behind him rather than a true freshman?
Absolutely.
I'll take Keyshawn as my backup for sure. And I mean, Scotty, you mentioned that there's a kid, David Walker, plays at Central Arkansas right now. He started at D2, transferred up to Central Arkansas, two-time Buck Buchanan Award finalist, 40 tackles for loss and 20 and a half sacks, is 6'3", 265, can play the 3 and edge.
Oh, wow.
He could have went to the draft this year. He said he got 6-figure offers to go FCS or FBS, Power 5. He said, bro, Central Arkansas took a chance on me. They're my in-state school. I'm from here. He said, I'm coming back for another year. Staying at FCS. That kid could be in Alabama right now. He's so good.
That's solid.
But the thing about it is, and listen, I'm gonna tell you, if it was my son, I'm gonna tell you. We gone. We gone. Because what the draft tells me every year is that a backup at Alabama is more important than an all-conference player at UCA. That's what the draft tells me every year.
Yep. Remember that kid? We talked about it, Scotty. Who was the Georgia kid a year ago? Because we were doing the roundtable at the time.
Yeah.
The kid played like 7 games at Georgia and had like 8 tackles for loss for like 3 or 4 years at Georgia and went, 5th, 6th round?
Yeah. And I remember last year, I'll never forget this Bama. It was a white Bama from Clemson, a backup tight end.
Yeah.
Backup tight end. If you went like the 4th or 5th round, Bama got like 20 catches. I said, what? 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. I said, in the 4th round, 5th round, something crazy like that. I said, what are we? That's what the draft shows me Western Kentucky. Okay.
I like that pick for the Jets too. Malachi Corley can ball.
But you got to have a level of realistic realistic bone in your body.
But Keyshawn went to Western Kentucky. He's there right now.
Well, that Corley kid turned down offers from Bama, Auburn, Tennessee, all these SEC schools to stay at Western this year.
Wow.
You're a dog,
Another
too.
kid. But Western, like, if you're a wide receiver, Western Kentucky's not a bad place to go.
Yeah,
They
he a dog.
develop some wide receivers, man. It's crazy.
Hey, listen, Keyshawn, he there. So hopefully he gets his opportunity to ball out. He there.
We've talked about it. If Keyshawn's not a draft pick next year, something went wrong. He's got all
it was
the
a bad
talent.
move. It was a bad move.
That kid's got early day 2 talent. I don't know about y'all. I would second round next year. I would not be surprised to hear his name called if he goes right.
Depending on his production, I agree with you. But to me, I think Keyshawn Johnson is a 3rd round pick, and I would do it with my eyes closed. Second round, his height is my only issue when it comes to his second round ability because of the measurables. He's about 5'10", 5'11", you know what I'm saying? Because I stood next to him, so I'm taller than him. But just his physical ability, the kid's different, bro. He's
got a nose for the ball. Has a nose for the ball.
I'll never forget when I saw him in the spring game. I was like, who is this kid? Like, I'm like, Keyshawn Johnson. I'm like, because I love Keyshawn Johnson when he came out. Like, the Jets, Keyshawn Johnson, give me the damn ball.
Oh, yeah.
So when I heard his name, I'm like, is that his son? You know, I'm thinking like, I'm like, is that his kid? Right? So, but nah, Keyshawn he's like that. And you know, what he told me was, he's like, I'm gonna be. This is why I didn't want Andrew to go to Alabama State. I think Alabama State's a great school, great facilities, but the scheme. He said they were going to a run first scheme. He said that's not going to do anything for me. So that's just what he said.
I think as somebody asked in the chat, I mean, you want to go do that. You want to go find the talent and develop it. You know, and we had 2 guys on earlier, Chris and Claude. Claude came to us from UMass after his first year. So, you know, we got those seasons in with him. Chris came to us, but it was before the era changed, so to speak. It kind of goes back to what you were saying, Scotty. For us, we find that diamond in the rough. Are we going to have enough time to develop him? Because if we go straight high school kids and everybody around us is going portal grown men, and we put together a couple of those 3-win, 4-win seasons as these kids are coming from freshman, sophomore, and now we're ready to go junior year. Everybody's ran us out of town because we can't compete physically.
Yeah.
So, you know, you try to find those 1, 2, 3 high school kids that you can get in and develop, but you can't go wholeheartedly like you used to in the recruiting era of getting high school kids and keeping them, because you're going to be ran out of town before you have a chance to even see the fruit of the labor.
You're right. Yeah. Now you're right.
I almost felt bad.
It's tough.
I felt bad giving kids freshman All-American honors this year. After we dropped our freshman All-American, kids started dropping like flies to the portal.
Wow.
Like, I'm talking about every day I was tweeting out, I was like, well, this is a kid that was on our freshman All-American list. This was a kid, and we postponed our FCS All-American list because it takes a little bit longer to get together. Before we even posted it, we were missing like 20 players on it.
Wow.
They weren't even at their school. And like, it was so weird going to the Walter Payton ceremony before the FCS championship game.
Yeah.
You had Max Brosmer there, who was enrolled playing for Minnesota at the time of the ceremony, going through fall workouts with them through bowl practices. You had another kid who was already to the draft. And I want to say the other kid was Gronowski, who ended up winning the national title for South Dakota State. But I was like, you know how crazy it is that this kid could have won the FCS Player of the Year and been at another school?
Yeah.
Winning it.
That's the realization. The realization of where it is now.
I got to ask you, Scotty, because Coach asked me this. So Jared Verse goes first round. Albany's been tweeting about him all day. Like, you know, that he played there for 3 years. Let me just put that in perspective. Do they get to claim him?
Absolutely.
I agree. That's what I told Coach.
Absolutely, you get to claim that kid. Florida State wouldn't even have got him if it wasn't for us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Like, he played 1 year at Florida State. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, you get to claim that kid. Well,
that's what I thought.
I'll put him in my Hall of Fame. What you think?
And I got to give you Albany props. They rolled into it. They're tweeting out the phone calls. They're tweeting out old pictures. Like, they're really playing it up. And it's like, you should. 3 years. He did, like, people don't understand Jared versus development. He could not see the field as a true freshman for Albany. He saw 0 games and redshirted in 2019. and got developed all the way into a first-round pick.
Come on, man. That's high level coach. Because let's be real, it's the same thing with James Houston, right? Like Deion didn't develop James Houston. Like he put him. He said, "Hey, you can't play linebacker for us. We got too many good linebackers. But what you can do is you can rush the passer. We'll move you to the end." That was probably the best decision that ever happened to James Houston. And now you see what James Houston is. But he didn't develop who James Houston was.
No.
And Florida State did not, because listen, when you got a kid for a year coming from the portal, you don't have time to develop. It's literally it's like, hey, you have what you do. Hey, you should try this. How about doing a little of this? I think I see that you do this. Next time, just hold them and then rip, and they'll be. That's really what you're just tweaking. But you didn't develop that kid. It's not. Let's not.
Because what he played 4 years at Florida and then 1 at Jackson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah.
Oh man, so it like at the end of the day, and he didn't even listen. I gotta give Deion props. He didn't even want to make. You saw the Coach Prime documentary. He didn't even want to go to the end. He wanted to play linebacker. And to me, and I'm gonna say this until the cows come home, Keontae Hampton has been the best linebacker that have came out of Jack State in the last 3 years.
And he should have never left.
Well, he did. He graduated.
No, he came out early. He had another year left.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he had another year left.
No way. Keontae had another year?
COVID.
He had another year left.
Wow.
Woo. If I'm being honest, Keontae should have went Power 5. He should have jumped in the portal, because I heard he was supposed to go to Alcorn when Deion first got there, because Deion didn't want him.
Yep. Make calls and everything.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He was supposed to make that jump. You know what I'm saying? He has the
him and Niles. I can say that now because they're both gone. But him and Niles.
And Mr. Gaddy will confirm it in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? So to me, I was a dog. Keontae's instincts. Listen, if you could have seen that at a Power 5 level, the kid's a second-round draft pick. I'm telling you right now, Keontae Hampton and his instincts, the way he can diagnose it was just crazy to see it at that level. He gave me like Luke Kuechly vibes of just how he could see it before it happened. I'll never forget. It was a play. If it wasn't against Alcorn, I think it was either against Southern or Alabama State. It was like a screen. They threw like a wide receiver screen. And he jumped in and the guy caught it, bong. And I was just like, how did you see that? Like, how did you know that was coming? It was like the kid's instincts he was amazing. I really, those are the type of kids that I hate that they didn't get an opportunity to just attempt to go Power 5. Like Nugget taking that jump to go Power 5, going back up. You know what I'm saying? Because he had another year left, and he probably could have went to Penn State, because I know Franklin was really, really high on him when he was a JUCO player. You know what I'm saying? So he probably could have went to Penn State. I would have took that year at Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's those things. Like, those are the things that I want to see. And then there was a kid that you had before Claude, Solomon Muhammad. Is that his name?
Yep.
Those are the kind of kids I want to see go Power 5. Like you do what you do at Alcorn. You take your year, you go Power 5, and you go dominate, and you go show people why you're a draft pick.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like kids in high school taking that post-grad year where they go to like that, what was this, like a prep school or whatever. That's what Jaden Sheridan did. Because I asked him.
That used to be the way to go.
Yeah, because Jaden was like, I know people say I declared early. He said, but you remember, I technically kind of spent my freshman year at a prep school. And he was like, so this is technically my senior year, because the only reason he was ineligible for Monmouth is because of the COVID year. He was at Monmouth, and because those years overlap, they won't let him play his first year. So he said, bro, I have like 300 career, 400 career carries. They ran me to death. I got to get out of here. Running backs, they look at carries. He said, if I have any more carries on my resume, they might not take me because they don't think I can make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different position. No doubt about it.
And he's undersized. He's only like 5'9".
Yep. Different position.
He'll be on that Zeke bandwagon, because them first 3 years, boy, Dallas ran Zeke to the ground.
Good Lord. Bro, y'all gave it to him for every single play. It felt like Zeke was getting like 30 carries a game. It felt like
30-15. Go get it, Zeke.
It was they ran Zeke to the ground, man. I swear they did.
30-20. Go get it for us, Zeke.
And you know, Shannon Sharp used to always talk about the care. Like he talked about it with his dude from Denver, the running back from Denver that he had.
Terrell.
Yeah,
He
Terrell.
talked about Terrell. He's like, there is a shelf life to running backs in that carry department. Like you don't want to be at a certain number of carries for running backs because it goes downhill from there. And Zeke hit that number so quickly in his career. That's why he's become a glorified fullback now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what he is. He's a ram. He's not really that speed type dynamic back that he was when he first came in. So it's crazy. But yeah, I like to see kids like that make that jump just to see what they can do at their next level and prove that they're that talented.
That makes it interesting because Scotty, I know I told you this, Coach. I don't remember if we talked about it on this show. Talking to Brandon Fisher, that's kind of what Tennessee State's doing. They're like, we're going to develop you for 3-4 years, and if you need to go P5, then go P5 for a year because we're still claiming you. Like we developed you. Like go get that tape. Like I know this Tennessee State. Like this is going to sound crazy. Like Tennessee State was going to be cool if they lost Terrell Allen to a Power 5 program this year. They were good.
And I want to put that. I want to put that disclaimer out there. That we're not in the business of doing that, but the reality of it is larger than what it used to be.
Yeah.
So you deal with that in the back of your mind. You know that that's a possibility, but you hope that kind of what Scotty said earlier, that not only does the kid have some sense of loyalty to it, but has some sense of reality. If you are an undersized DN and you reckon shop here, it's foolish for you to think that you're going to Florida State. You're 5'10" defensive end for us, and you're wrecking shop. It's foolish for you to think that they're recruiting you for anything other than practice, backup, special teams type things. So you got to have the people around you to say, hey, Fred, I know what you think, but hey, man, you're best at this level, because they got Keon Coleman up there at Florida State, 6'4", playing receiver. You're 5'10", 5'11" at best. It's not matching up, So you got to have that sense of reality with what you're doing. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's happening. It is happening.
Nah, that's real. Nah, that's absolutely real. And it's the kids that you just be like, and listen, I tell people this all the time when they talk about Scotty, HBCUs, NIL. I'm like, listen, man, there's over 3,000 kids in the portal. There's somebody that can play. See what people are looking for. They think we're trying to find. No, you're trying to find football players. That's what you're trying to find. So you might at FAMU, you might find a 5'10" linebacker who's a dog, right? Like you just like, he's a dog. He's a football player. What we can't do nothing with the kid. He can't stay off the field, right? But then when he's not a draft pick, does not make him a great football player, right? So it's that's the narratives you got to keep fighting. Like, why can't our players get drafted? Nigga. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
You're good. Listen, bro, this is my platform. As long as I didn't say it, you're good. Like, you're good.
Ninja. Okay. Ninja. What are you talking about? Right. So it's those type of situations where I just get frustrated listening to Bama's like, oh, but why can't our guards get drafted? Look at them. Like, I love Marcus Riley. The Bama's 5'8". 5'9". Like, what are you supposed to do with that? Right? Like, what are you supposed to do with that?
Jason Dumas, hell of a freaking player.
That dude was playing D-tackle at 5'7".
What are you supposed to do with that?
Washington's not drafting him.
Come on. You get what I'm saying? Like, what are we, it doesn't make him not a great football. He's a great football player. Great
at the level. Great at our level. Great. But at the end of the day, Washington is not drafting Dumas. It's just not happening.
Not happening. You know what I'm saying? So it's those things that people get that misconstrued with being a great football player and being an NFL player, right? Like, he can be a great football player in his measurables and in his space.
That was my thing is, and I've said this on the platform for 2-3 years now, since kind of shifting into the space a little bit. It's just the thing I don't like is if you're going to make an assumption about like where a player should be drafted or were they really a snub, you have to know who all the other players are. Like you can't just like come out and just make like a wild proclamation and have no information to back it. Like Scotty, you remember this, and Coach, you were doing the show a little bit, but I don't remember because you weren't on the live shows at this time. People were legit calling both me and Scotty, saying that James Houston was a first-round pick. And there were people who believed it. Like, wholeheartedly were pissed that James Houston wasn't drafted in the first 2 days.
Not even if he was at Florida.
I said, listen, I told him straight up. I said, he does 20 sacks at Florida, he's a second-round pick. And it's not even with your eyes closed. He didn't do it at Florida. He did it at JSU. Like, it's levels to this, right? Like, it is just what it is. Because is he going against the right tackle or left tackle that's good, that has a third-round grade? Right? Like, he's not beating up on those guys. And people get mad when you try to give them that type of like, hey, this is what it is. And these are the guys. And I think that's the one thing about Blue I absolutely love, right? Because when in the HBCU space, we can get so narrow-minded. And Blue be like, he's not better than this receiver from Princeton. He's not better for this receiver from Harvard. Have you seen the receiver from Montana State? Have you seen, he'll give you just FCS. He won't even give you Power 5. Blue be like, let alone Power 5. Let's just talk about FCS. You know what I'm saying? And then when you start putting it in context, you're like, yeah, that's fair, Blue. You know what I'm saying? That's fair. That's fair. So it's understanding all the parameters of everybody on the board, right?
Yeah.
Who's all on the board, who's available. Because if you tell me that if you give me a choice between, HBCU basketball player, and I never knew that LeBron was able to be picked, I'm like, I'm gonna pick the HBCU player. But then if you start giving me options, I'm like, well, I'm just take LeBron.
It's not saying that James Houston wasn't worthy of being drafted.
That's not what we're Bishop. That's not what we're saying.
I said it all.
He definitely was worthy, but the first 2 days was a reach, even if he was at Florida, just because of the measurables. You know what I mean? And I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Jason Dumas goes out there versus LSU, and he wrecks shop. He's still not going to get the opportunity because nobody's willing to take the risk to bring in a 5'8" defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Now, he could go over to Canada and have a long, star-studded career. I've seen that happen. But as far as
Valley, the undersized kid from Valley, who was the defensive end? Ronnie Ballin.
He's at the CFL?
Yeah.
I
mean, he signed directly out of Valley.
Yeah, I know that. I didn't know if he was still there. I didn't know.
He's still there. Yeah, he's still there. And that's good money. You're still a pro. Yeah. But to say that you're going to sign Ronnie and bring him to camp in New Orleans, that's going to be tough.
Now he's facing defensive end at like 5'10", like 220.
And he's facing every play. The 6'8" cat that lives in the log cabin that they just drafted first from Notre Dame. You know what I mean? It's differences.
It just killed me because they were trying because the biggest thing, and I don't want to just make it the James Houston thing because we can go with the whole Akil Glass conversation too. Because that's a whole nother thing.
I told people, man, I was getting hate mail. Oh, Scotty, you hating? I said Akil Glass is not a draftable quarterback. I don't care. If you know anything about football in this era, I did say this to somebody. I said, if he came out with Eli, Big Ben, he's draftable because that's the type of style that they were playing during those times. The Tom Brady's, he can go 6th, 7th, 5th round in that 2002, 2003 era. But this era, as slow as he moved, shit.
Yeah, because I mean that's the whole thing. Because the thing that I have learned. Yeah.
Bo wouldn't have went back then.
Oh,
because you're talking about stand in the pocket, let it go.
Yeah.
No
runs too
movement.
much.
You know what I
Bo will
mean?
take off out of a pocket with the quickness. I've seen it too many times. I mean, and that's the thing is, I also think, and I get it, and I don't blame fans for this. Let me say this: I don't blame fans for this because they're supposed to do this, but I blame media for doing this. And it's not taking their player biases out of their evaluations as actual prospects. Like,
It's tough.
Scotty, you know this. I knew Akil's dad. I
Yep.
talked to Akil. Like, I had a relationship with, like, I sat next to his family in that first A&M game I went to. I wanted him to be as successful as he could, but I had to like take my biases out of it and say he's not an NFL guy. Like, would I like for him to be? Absolutely. I wish he was balling in the UFL right now, but now we look back now, he can't even get a starting spot in the UFL right now. And there were people saying that he was snubbed in the NFL draft. This doesn't go hand in hand. And then you also have people after James. The thing with James Houston is that this is what I think worked against him. Everyone said he was a snub, and then when he got on the field, he did ball. Let's not forget that. I mean, he went out there and balled, but it's starting to. Then he battled injuries, and I just don't know, is he going to get back to that level? Because now Aiden Hutchinson's hit his stride, and Aiden Hutchinson's just a different type of animal, bro. That dude's like 6'6", 260, and moves like a running back. But I'm just interested to see what James Houston's future holds. But we just got to start taking about like player love, you know, and like, man, I rooted for this guy, or that's a guy from my school, so I'm gonna ride for, you know, I'm an A&M love, so I gotta ride for all my A&M players. It's like, bro, Zarion Hayes isn't a draft pick. Sorry, like, I like Zarion, I've had him on the show, but Zarion Hayes is not a draftable edge rusher right now.
Nope,
he's
not.
6 foot.
Well, and I'll take you back, Felix. I absolutely love Felix.
Yeah.
And Felix got into camp, and as they said, Felix was spectacular throwing one-on-ones, spectacular throwing 7-on-7. But now you start to put those alts up in front of Felix, who's 5'10". It's tough. It's tough. You know what I mean? Not to say that Felix wasn't a good college quarterback, that he wasn't a good prospect. His height put limitations to what the position he played gave him an opportunity to do.
And let me say this, because I know y'all be like, this person's 5'10", and this person's 5'10", and this person's... Listen, with anything you do, the more you do it, the better you get at it. So if you have the Bryces and the quarterback for the Buccaneers now, the white boy, Baker,
yeah.
Bryce, all those small guys, they are used to being behind 6'4", 6'5" guys, and they can see those windows. They can throw. Listen, Felix ain't never been behind a 6'5" guard.
No.
You know, he ain't been behind that, right? So you gotta understand. I know people like, but what about? I'm just telling you, the more you do something, the more you see it at practice, the more it becomes easier for you to process the information. But if I throw you into the highest level of competition and you have never been behind that, it's different. It's just different, man. And I said the biggest thing for James Houston was his long arms. My comp for him was Elvis Dumervil. I thought he reminded me a lot of Elvis Dumervil in being a short, undersized DN that had a crazy motor and could get you some sacks. And I think that's what James Houston is. And I think he can have an 8 to 10 year career in the NFL with the right team. With the right team, he might move around a little bit, but I think he could have an 8-10 year career.
I could see
being a third down rusher.
Yes.
In that package, like you talked about, he could be very successful in that.
Absolutely.
Everett Brown, a couple years ago from Florida State, 5'10", 5'11" at best, was a dog at Florida State. But coming up that next level was tough for him because, like you said, when those long arms from those 6'8" tackles got to him, it was just, it was over.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
So it's no knock. It's just, like you said, knowing and understanding who and what, because there's other football players. But at the end of the day, the CFL is not a bad option.
It definitely is not. It definitely is not. Let me see what my boy is about to do right here. I'm thinking we in the third, right? We in the third.
Yep.
Bobby Boucher.
I want to go linebacker here.
Bobby Boucher.
I got the position for you.
I already know where they're going.
Linebacker or corner?
Guard.
Okay.
I like that pick's good. That kid can play. Cowboys
If
have
he's
had a
Richie
decent draft.
Incognito,
Oh,
if
big
he's Richie,
lineman of the year in the third round. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Plus, you got Guyton
Yeah.
oh, he's
at
nasty.
tackle. Yeah, that's
Oh, he's
2.
nasty. I like him. He's nasty.
I told y'all, North
Ooh.
Dakota State Junior in Manhattan, Kansas right now.
Saying he's Richie Incognito, man. If that's who we passing him to,
The only thing he isn't missing is his tooth. That's the signature for North Dakota State lineman. Bro. They'd be smiling, no teeth up front. That's what I want on my offensive line. I love it. Atlanta finally went defense with their most recent pick. Finally.
you see Jerry on the phone, baby.
Man, y'all way ahead of me, man. They still doing the little summary.
Oh, I'm on Twitter at this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
Will Jerry ever let go of that position, man?
when he die. Every day I wake up hoping that he has every day. I check ESPN. I wake up, I check ESPN because I know it's gonna be the first thing on ESPN.
Crazy.
Look, I'm like, he's still alive, and I just put my phone back down. I go about my day.
Oh man.
Jerry's never letting it go.
I'm ready for that live stream right after.
What, man? I'll go live at 9 a.m. all day, just bringing all the Cowboys fans. Let's all celebrate, okay? Oh, man.
Is his son taking over?
Yeah, it'll be.
Yep.
Is his son
He's up
better?
there.
He's more of he's more of a stickler. Like, hey, we're not going to go over this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. I think they both need to just step back and hire a GM. I really do believe that. Or just listen. I love Will McClay. Will McClay has been with the Cowboys for a long time. He's been the VP GM. So I think they just need to elevate him to the permanent GM position. They step back, but they don't know how to step back, right? They're that boss that is just like, hey, did you send that email?
Yeah.
Like, why are you talking to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, you like, I know how to do my job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to make sure you put a comma right there on that. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm not gonna say nothing else. Right? Like,
Someone mentioned Doug Flutie. It's a different era. Doug Flutie, if you go back and you look, a lot of that stuff they did then was 7-step drops. So it got him away from the line. Those offenses no longer exist, so to speak. And even at that, when they were saying Warren Moon was too short, they operated out of the run and shoot. So a lot of that stuff was get in your hands, get it out of your hands. But Doug Flutie was a hell of a guy. But I mean, outside of him, I could go to Heath Schuler. Heath Schuler was 5'9". My Skins, Commanders, we still ain't recovered from that first round pick.
yeah.
You know, football, different eras. There was a run and shoot craze. There was a power football craze. And now we're back to kind of the power football, but done differently. When you're talking about the personnels and spreading the field and things like that, it's still all, I don't want to say wing T, but it's still all wing T type offense.
This is the first.
I'm sorry, but my bad.
Yeah, you're good.
Real quick, I would love to see a wing T offense in the SWAC.
Thank you.
I think it would kill. I think it would kill Bama.
Looking at Valley.
I'm just saying.
Nope.
Go ahead, Blue.
No, I want to build on that, but real quick, just for everyone listening, this is the first NFL draft without an FCS player picked in the first 2 rounds since 2009.
Wow. I tell you what the draft is telling you every year. That's what they're telling you.
But wait, last year there was no FCS guys.
Cody Mount.
Yeah.
North Dakota State.
Okay.
And then Tucker Kraft went in the second or maybe.
It was the third. I think it was the third.
Yeah, he was right there. I know he was right on the border there. But yeah, like there was a few. There was one last year, and then the year before was the year they had 2 first-round picks, and then I think a second 2. Because they had that kid from Chattanooga. No. That one, it was the kid from Northern Iowa, Trevor Penning, went to the Saints, and then Cole Strange went to the Patriots.
Yeah, the lineman.
Yeah, because Cole Strange was just like a wild pick. No one had him going in the first round. The Patriots just said, "Screw it, we're going to take him."
As the Patriots do.
Yeah, they're gonna take a random guy somewhere. Well, maybe not now. Even though I'm excited to see what's his name does with that team though. Mayo.
Gerard, yeah.
Yeah, I like that hire, but yeah, coach, this ain't looking good, man. I was talking to Gerald earlier today. There we go. Oh, there we go. First player off the board. Bears got Kieran out of Yale.
Okay, the lineman, right?
Yep.
That was your guy, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's what you said would be the first one.
Yeah, that's listen. If he wouldn't have been hurt last year, he had potential to be a day one pick.
Oh wow,
That kid's such a freak. I mean, he's what everyone in the HBCU sphere thought Aneem Dakel was.
Mm.
And he tore so in 4 games. He only played 4 games this past year because he tore something up in his leg, which was why he dropped. But he still won the Ivy League Offensive Lineman of the Year.
Wow. Is that
after playing 4 games?
Is that the one that said Noah Washington was the hardest player he ever had to block? Is that the same player that said that? The Morgan State player?
Yes. Yeah. The thing I'm worried about, guys, I'll be honest with you, as an FCS person, is here's what the problem's going to be is next year there's going to be a ton of FCS picks that come from Power 5 programs that transferred out, and it's just going to set the precedent. Like Jared Verse was this year, but there's probably I could think of like 5, 6, maybe 7 guys that are going to go in the first 2 rounds next year.
Wow, that came from FCS.
Yeah. Or at least in the first 2 days. I mean, there's going to be it's just going to be bad, man. I don't like the outlook on that.
Ain't no doubt, because now everybody's going to point to him.
Yeah, of setting the standard. But hey, guys, man, listen, Blue, I appreciate y'all having me on, man. Let me go put these kids to bed, bro.
Hey, for sure, man. Hey, appreciate you, bro.
Right, appreciate y'all.
Man, coach, finally got one off the board, man. At pick 75. I was getting worried, bro, because there were some offensive tackles coming off the board that were not that good.
Helmet picks, but I'll take it.
I like it. Hopefully we can get at least 2 more today. Send out this tweet. My bad.
Oh, you good?
Gotta kind of do my job, manage the social media a little bit for us. Let's see. Bro, his last name is so hard to spell. It is insane. I always gotta look. There's like a sneaky I in there, and
as my boy Chad Ochocinco would say, it don't have any business being in there.
No, definitely does not. Let's see who we're gonna tell. We're gonna tell Gerald for sure.
Showing his highlights, ankle down. Ooh. Nice. Got a little bit of nastiness to him. I like that.
Shout out to the Bears, man. Hey, we were well, I guess you weren't on the string yesterday, but I was talking yesterday with them. They needed someone to come and protect Caleb, and they get a guy who, if he's healthy, could come in and start in the third round. I'll take that.
Value.
I like it. Okay, so one FCS guy off the board here. 2 former FCS guys, I guess, if you count Jared Verse. Also, an announcement just for people who are watching the show, for my FCS or HBC people. Jalen Tate, who was committed to Jackson State, was transferred from Georgia State to Jackson State, spent the spring with Jackson, entered the transfer portal again, just committed to Furman. And Jackson also just landed a defensive end out of McNeese, John Brown the third or junior. Yeah, John Brown Jr. out of McNeese. He was a JUCO All-American out of Mississippi Gulf Coast, originally from Jackson. So that is the 2 most recent updates I have on the recruiting front, at least. And also, I guess for FCS people, North Alabama landed a former 4-star Stanford quarterback. Don't know how that connection happened, but North Alabama out here really recruiting. D-Lob, my NFL team is the Dolphins and coach is Washington.
Yeah. The Commanders, baby.
Let's see who
we're going to the playoffs.
I asked Scotty. He said he wasn't worried about the Eagles. I'm worried about the Eagles for y'all, just personally.
We'll go on the road. I'm not saying we're going to win the division. I'm just saying we're back to the playoffs. I got high hopes for Marcus Mariota.
So just for, let's see, let me get Gerald's scouting report out for you guys, man, so y'all can get a little bit more on Kieran here. Share my screen. Shout out to Gerald Huggins, man, Draft HBCU, who did all these scouting reports, man. Shout out to him. He did a heck of a job. And D-Lob, I am embarrassed because I don't think we ever won a playoff game since I've been born. But Coach, we got him 6'5", 326, 24 career games, only 1 sack allowed, only 26 pressures allowed in his entire career. 2-time All Ivy League selection, first team, was the Ivy League Offensive Lineman of the Year last year, third team FCS All-American, won the Charles Loftus Award in 2021. A little bit about his background from Gerald, where he has experience playing guard, got moved to left tackle, but he did suffer a season-ending injury after only 4 games last year. But this is what Gerald's got to say about him, man. 6'5", 326, great athleticism, agility, has the ability to be an anchor at the left tackle position, also has the versatility to move down to guard. Arm length is a real strength for him, man. This kid, I mean, his arm length is perfect for what you want in just a guard and a tackle. Good weight distribution, able to counter speed rushers effectively, excel in space, lateral quickness and mobility. Man, the kid's a freak athletically for being 326 pounds. And also, too, Coach, we talked about this with Aneem. He wants to punish defenders across from him, and that's something you can't teach in offensive linemen. Gotta want to finish the blocks, and that's something that Kieran does really, really well. Very good in pass protection, strong, heavy hands, which are important, man. If you can't get a pop on the defensive lineman, especially at the next level, you're gonna have a real tough time being an elite pass blocker. Now, listen, shout out to my guy G, nailed it. Projected round 3 to 4, nailed his evaluation of Kieran on this one. Got the round perfect, man. But that's a little bit about Kieran. That in case you guys didn't know, if you were listening on Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff, because we went live on Twitter for the first time, or X for the first time tonight. So we're expanding the reach just a little bit, man. Viewership on Twitter been good, been really good. Let's see. Hopefully we get some more FCS guys on here, man. Coach, how do you feel? Since we were talking to Scotty, we didn't even talk about it. Washington got them a guard, Brandon Coleman, out of TCU.
Yeah, I was watching, pulling it up on the phone, going through, kind of checking it out. I like the approach, because that's been the problem the last couple of years. Well, one of the many problems we've had is being able to control that up front. You know, Brandon Sheriff left a gaping hole. Remember, Trent Williams started his career with us, and we let that future Hall of Famer go. So, you know, we've had our woes up front, man, and hopefully the new front office sees that as a priority, because I don't care who you got. If you ain't got that up front, you really ain't got anything.
Agreed on that. And also, I mean, if you're going to draft a franchise quarterback like Jaden, gotta load up that offensive line room, man. We got us another guest right here, man. This guy, I don't think needs any introduction right here, but our guy G from Swag.
What's going on,
man? What's good, man?
What's going on? What's going on? What's up, Coach?
Loud and late.
Loud and late. There's two things I'm gonna always be: loud and late, Coach. and I'm always have something to say. What's going
How
on?
you feel about the Steelers, man?
Hey, we showing up that offensive line. So we just first round got a big nice tackle out of Washington, and we just got a center from West Virginia. So I think that completes our offensive line. So I'm excited about it. We'll be able to open some holes for Najee Harris now.
What do you think about the quarterback situation there, man? I that to be very odd.
Yeah, it's gonna be all right. See, I was down on Russell Wilson, and then so I'm telling all my homeboys when he was with the Broncos, I'm like, Russell, he washed up. Then we go sign him, and now they like, what you gotta say now? So I'm like, he the best, but he the best in the world. But it's gonna be interesting to see what he can do. I think it's good we get him some offensive line help that'll help him out.
I agree on that one, man. I'll say this. I like the kid from Washington, man. I think he was my number 2 offensive tackle in this class.
I like that pick as well.
Like what, 16, I think, or something like that?
Yeah, 20.
Got him late, man. I thought that kid was going to go a little bit earlier than that. I
like that pick as well. That was big time to me.
Yeah, we shoot up the offensive line. Get back to them Pouncey days, coach.
Yeah.
Had old line since Pouncey them little.
Quarterbacks Ben.
Yep.
What are y'all gonna do defensively, man? You got the Watt kid on the end.
Yeah.
A freak.
What would you like to see? Because now they're widening that edge where he is. They're sending that back to chip and passing situations. What's his name? Cam
Hayward. Yeah, Hayward.
Getting a little, as they say, getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah.
What would you like to see up there? Because that's been.
I think we're gonna have to get Cam some help in the middle just to help out, to keep White free on that outside. We went got the linebacker. What's his name? Patrick Queen. I love that pickup. We went got Patrick Queen from the Ravens. So I think the interior defensive line is what we need to show up a little bit with Cam Hayward. But I think Cam still can go. He probably got another year or 2 in him. I think he's a dog, but it'd be nice to get him some help inside of there. But I really think with our next pick, I really think we need to go get us a receiver. Go opposite of George Pickens.
That's where I was going next.
Yeah, we need to go get us.
That's where I was going next.
Gotta go get us a receiver.
Because y'all had the what's my guy name? Didn't quite pan out. The other big receiver y'all had didn't really play hard. They ended up trading and getting rid of him.
Yeah. Went to the Bears.
Yeah.
No, not Schuster.
Not Schuster.
Big kid from Notre Dame. Oh, what's his name?
Claypool.
Claypool.
Yeah. So I mean, that was my thought, because you can't allow people to load up on pick, and we all know what kind of freak pick is.
Yeah.
So at some point, I think y'all got to address that deal.
Yeah.
But before I throw it back to Blue, man, Louisiana, Mississippi kid, how Pittsburgh?
My pops, same reason for Alcorn. I said my pops is Alcorn, Lakers, and the Steelers, and I just came right up under him. So that's how he came up through that mean Joe Green era, Steel Curtain era, and so I came right up under him. So saw him win a lot as a kid. So
stayed there.
Yeah, just stay right there. I ain't moved. Just same with the Lakers. Even though we ain't gonna talk about the Lakers right now, but
yeah, that's a touchy subject.
Yeah.
Man, I'm about to write my transfer letter. I saw one of your boys wrote a transfer letter. I'm about to write one to Jeannie Bus too.
Yeah, let's go ahead, clean house.
Yeah, that's a whole nother subject. They just
got to fire that coach, is what they're going to have to do. I mean, what y'all have had 3 straight double-digit leads?
Yeah,
it's not him though. I say that, and I'll get y'all opinion on it. And we're talking basketball, talk football, but at some point the onus has got to be placed on whoever's on the court. Third quarter, the game in Denver, we forgot we were pounding the ball inside. All of a sudden, we just want to shoot jump shots.
Yep.
At some point, somebody on the court got to be
5
get
points
the ball inside.
5 points.
Get the ball inside.
Yep.
Stop shooting all these jumpers. So when you say that, how much is on the coach and how much is on the people in between the lines? I'll pose that question to both of y'all.
See, I don't really like his rotations too much. I don't like his rotation too much. I think he go to now. We having trouble with getting rebounds. We keep going with these 3 and 4 guard lineups. That's kind of my problem here. But other than that, I'm with you, man. At some point, it got to be on the players making $100 million.
Yeah,
and you can't put D'Angelo Russell on goddamn
Can't do
Aaron
it.
Gordon. Come on, man. I ain't no NBA coach, but I know I ain't finna put D'Angelo on Aaron Gordon.
Can't do it.
at this point, you can't put anybody on Joker. Like, I just feel like, bro, you
Yeah.
just got to deal with his 30.
Just let him get his, but you can't let Aaron Gordon go get 30.
Yeah, he can't go
No,
get 30 and
definitely.
15.
No, can't
And
do
a
it.
lot of it with Aaron Gordon was just hustle last night. You know, out hustling us. I cut
Some
it off.
point we
I
got to
couldn't
block
take
him off.
it. I had to cut it off. I couldn't take it.
I saw you on X.
Nope, won't hurt me no more. That's it.
Bro, he blocked all the Lakers accounts, bro. He ain't seeing no more scores for the rest of the year.
Won't hurt me no more.
Man, I ain't even go on Twitter, man. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let them have this one here.
There were some meltdowns on Twitter after that game. I mean, you thought the meltdown after Atlanta's draft pick was bad. After that Lakers game, it was just
Yeah, it was bad.
it was terrible. But man, I got to ask you, because I mean, you know, we got Jarvion, that's probably the biggest prospect out of all corn. Where do you want to see him end up? Whether it's being drafted or whether it's a UDFA, man, where do you think he fits best?
I'm in the mind of I'd rather the UDFA over a late 7th round. You know,
Agreed.
I'd rather UDFA. He can kind of pick where he want to go and kind of, you know, get his feet wet like this. So I'd rather him undrafted free agent. But I think he's gonna do well. I think he run hard and good kid, smart kid. So I think he'll do well. But I would much rather him be an undrafted free agent if it's gonna be late. Now, if he can sneak in there 4th, 5th round, okay, of course. But I'd much rather you undrafted free agent over late 7th round pick.
Is there a team that you think he fits best with?
I wouldn't mind seeing him in New Orleans.
Mm.
Wouldn't mind seeing him in New Orleans. Yep.
Who's their starter right now? Because
that's why I
still
said
Kamara.
Yeah, Kamara's still there, but I think
He's getting a little up there.
Yeah, he's getting a little up there, so I wouldn't mind seeing him there. You know, can be that.
Yeah, his last 2 seasons, he's been hurt between him and the receiver. I think that's been kind of their downfall.
Mike Thomas.
Yeah.
Slant boy.
I would really love to see him in Seattle.
Yeah.
Just because of the style of ball that they play. Well, I don't know where they're going to play now that Pete's not there, but I think that would have been a good fit for him as well. But just changing subjects and getting back to where we were and we kind of threw it at Off Script, G, so we're going to throw it at you. The mindset of the HBCU world about the draft and HBCU players not getting drafted. And we use a couple kids as examples. Where do you stand on that as far as when we're talking about, and we use Dumas as an example, a very good player within the conference, but how realistic was that to think that Jason Dumas was going to be a draft pick in the NFL?
That's tough. I think Jason Dumas is what? Jason Dumas like my height. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't have conversation. He like, you know what I'm saying? That's tough. That's tough to do when you
At the
6'5",
nose.
6'5" guard, 6'4". You know what I'm saying? That's just tough. That's tough for kids like that. So, you know, I don't think we can do like Coach Thomas always say, mom and daddy. We call it mom and daddy, just the size he was born with. He a dog, but it's just that size gonna hold him back. So I think it's tough for kids like that. He a dog. That's why I think like the CFL, UFL don't pass up on them opportunities. Some of the kids think they too good for them leagues. You know,
just like some kids think they're too good to come here and give themselves the opportunity to get one of those leagues. But just the criticism that Blue faced, that Script faced, how do you feel like that criticism was warranted? Because you are a sports guy.
Yeah.
I don't know anything else. I know you know the ins and outs. You there all the time. You know what it is. The criticism for them saying that those type of kids aren't realistic draft choices. Do you think that's warranted, or do you think that's fair?
I think the biggest problem, and I know I'm gonna step on some toes with this, I think I'm just in the HBCU sector, we don't have many real football fans. And I know that sounds crazy, but we got a lot of fans of the culture, and we love our school, and that's really good. But really, that watch a lot of football. You talking about a draft, and you don't even watch the rest of the FCS. You know what I'm saying? You talking about all you watch is the SWAC homecoming games. You don't even know if he can't even match up against Montana State. You don't know this. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not watching. But we don't have many HBCU football fans that just love the game of football. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what, I hear a lot of stupid stuff. A lot of this kid should have been drafted. He like he said, he 5'9". He 5'9", so I just shout out to them guys. They keep it real, and a lot of times we bias a lot of times. I'm gonna say we because I be biased sometimes too. So those guys from outside, they keep it real. That's why I think we need those type of guys in the space, in the media space, just to keep it real.
And we don't want to get into the lounge because we got to get you in the lounge, even though we in the lounge, so to speak. But when we're talking about the draft and putting our kids in positions to play the Southern Misses and the FBS, not so much Power 5, Georgia, Alabama, but just the scheduling. From your perspective, from you, USF over Lincoln, PA, USM over Lynchburg.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that? Because I'm like, if it's the right matchup, I think you got to do it. A, it makes you better when you get to conference.
Yeah.
B, it gives Claude a chance to show that he can play versus a Tulane. It gives CB the chance to show that he can get off versus a New Mexico State type thing. Where do you feel? Where do you stand on the scheduling aspect of it?
I think we got to schedule better. I'm gonna speak on Alcorn. I think we're doing a good job, but I know a couple years ago I had a face-to-face talk with the AD at Alcorn, and I'm like, bro, we can't keep scheduling. I forgot who was scheduling. Virginia Lynchburg. We can't keep doing this. It's doing nothing for us. And I think we've done a much better job at like we got McNeese. I like the FCS games, the regional FCS games, Vanderbilt, trying to kind of get ourselves, get the kids like Malachi Bailey, to get him out there and let's see what he can do against a SEC tackle. You know what I'm saying? I think more of us need to do that instead of. And I understand playing some D2s, a Tuskegee in there, get your little tune-up game if it's regional and it makes it, because we need the money sometimes. So if it can get you a good home crowd or somebody. So I kind of understand it. But these schools with these Lincolns and Virginia Lynchburgs and all them, no, we can't keep doing it. But I do like to see a schedule up, at least a really good team, lower Power 5, high G5. At least on at least one of those on the schedule. I think that helps our kids out, and it also helps us out in recruiting, coach. Because a lot of times they come in and like, we're getting these older guys. We're like, look, if you can come play for us. You can get that tape against Vanderbilt. You know what I'm saying? You can get that tape against UAB. You know what I'm saying? So we can come here and play those teams. So I think this helps us out in recruiting as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest, I guess, adjustment for me was because I get it, because historically I understand it, because like there were a lot of teams that weren't willing to come play home and homes.
Yeah,
and I get that, especially in the late 90s, early 2000s. But now it's like, bro, if Alcorn can get a top 10 team in McNeese, or not McNeese, it's Stephen F. Austin, to come to Lorman week 1 on the road as a top 10 team and have their home game second, you can't tell me that some of the bigger schools in bigger cities can't do the same thing. Like you're answering the phone to drive into the woods in Lorman, but you don't want to go to Bragg and Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Or Baton Rouge with Southern.
I agree.
I can't see it. And then also too, I get the argument like they don't bring no fans, but we talked about that earlier. Like, and coach was like, how many SWAC schools don't bring fans?
There's only about a handful of us that do. So
yeah, the top ones.
I got another question for y'all. What y'all? Now this is just a hypothetical about joint practices being brought to college.
Oh, we talked about that. What? 2 shows ago?
Yeah. You want to go first on that?
Yeah, I like it. I don't mind it, but I understand the hesitation, if that makes sense. Because in that it gives coaches direct access to players. Now, obviously, there's already tampering. Like we know this. Nick Saban admitted it last night on APC, but it gives direct access to those coaches, to those position coaches, to recruit your players in person, head coaches, other players on the team, because you guys know this. If you guys have a joint practice with, whatever school, you don't think those offensive linemen are going to be Malachi Bailey's Malachi Bailey,
Right.
and they're going to go back to the locker room, and not even just the locker room during the game. There are practices. They're going to be sitting there talking in one-on-ones when they're not going against each other. And like, why don't you come here, bro?
Yeah.
Why don't you come with us? Like, we know you can play. And so now you're getting negatively recruited by other players on other teams. I get the hesitation, but at the same time, I think the spring game model has to be revamped in some way. Like playing yourself, especially in this new age where you're losing so much depth throughout the spring.
Yeah.
You suffer 2 or 3 injuries, man, you're screwed at a position, especially if there's serious injuries. So I think it has to change. I don't know if it's like joint practices, like we talked about structuring like OTAs, where there's not a game, but you just have practices together and you just get rid of the spring game altogether. At the end of the day, I don't think there's a lot of teams, especially FCS wise, that are making a whole lot of money off the spring game.
Nothing.
Really and truly. And what you could do is you can sell tickets or let people come see the team during the OTAs, just like the NFL does.
Yeah.
Come see the practice. That's fine. We're just doing, drills and stuff like that. I'm for it, but I get the hesitation from guys like Fred and other FCS coaches, because you're pretty much putting yourself in jeopardy of losing your best players.
Yeah. That was my hiccup with it too, losing the players. What you think, Coach?
And my thing is, not only that, but I mean, that's a realization now. So you take that out of it. Whether you do it or not, that's a realization. From being close to a G, we have to keep recruiting these guys through this period until this portal closes. I mean, I'm texting every day to make sure that, within my room, everybody's good. I know what the other problem is going to be is the logistics, and the money. And then nobody's going to really want their best kid to play, not because of the tampering, but just the injury part of it, which you face that anyway going out there at practice. But how many head coaches are going to be okay if they lose a top-tier guy in a spring practice versus UAB?
Yeah.
I mean, I see the benefit, but then I also know what the pushback is going to be for that. I don't know how you get to it or if you get to it, but I mean, I think it would have been a great crowd, a USM Alcorn spring game on the reservation this past, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that would have been a good crowd. And you do a money split. I mean, there's ways to do it, but I just don't think anybody's willing to do it. Like, nobody's really willing to accept the fact that there are schools that have whole departments that are scouting your game film.
Yeah.
Nobody's really, to accept that fact. But I could see it happening years, because I don't know how the NCAA keeps it from happening, because so much is out there. And I think JB said it on the show the other day. The toothpaste is out the tube now. Yeah. So you might as well open it up, make all the revenue you can, because that's what you said it's about anyway, right?
Yeah.
Tell me that would have been
receiver. My bad for interrupting. The Steelers got the wide receiver. They got Roman Wilson from Michigan. I like that pick too. Roman had a hell of a Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's a slot guy.
How do y'all feel about the way Ole Miss did their practice, their spring game, with like the 7-on-7 and all like the eating contest, and like just getting the fans involved and just kind of making a day out of it, like a meet and greet kind of fun thing? Do y'all like that more than a typical spring game?
I'm down for trying anything. I like the innovativeness in it. I'm down for trying it and seeing if it's gonna work. So they look like they had fun. I don't know how much work they got done. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be the thing. I don't know how much work they was able to get done just in the spring. But I like the innovative. Just try it out and see. You know what I'm saying? And if they see it don't work, next year go back. I don't think it hurts to try it though.
Coach, I heard Lane did that because of all the stuff that happened with the running back. being recruited away, and that's why they pushed it back, giving those kids less time to explore those options of transfer and getting in the portal. But that's Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Now let me throw the other option at y'all. There was another SEC team who moved their spring game up for the same reason but different things. They would rather go ahead and lose their players early and get a head start on recruiting. Which would be better? Would you postpone it and not know which players are leaving? Because this school, it was Auburn, they already had 2 commitments before Ole Miss had their spring game. So Ole Miss didn't even get to recruit those guys because they didn't have the openings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can see the benefit of going early because you know it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
It's going to happen anyway. And I think the sooner you get it out of the way, I can see the benefit of that, because I had a conversation with my boss today. You got to think some of these programs cut over 20 kids. Like, cut over 20 kids, which means you are going to be recruiting through June.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who wants to be recruiting through June and hoping that the culture fit, that, those kids that you get fit your program? You run the serious risk of bringing in a bad apple and killing your whole season before it even starts.
Yep.
So it's tricky. But I can see the benefit in doing that. I really can.
That's
Coach,
why
That'd be something to explore.
That's why I put a lot of stock. Everybody on these channels been doing the predictions. I put a lot of stock. And how did you do on your mid-year signing day? I put a lot of stock in that mid-year signing day, me personally. You know what I'm saying? Because you got time to get them in the program, get them through spring, see what you got. And even if you thought you had a stud and you didn't, you got time to replace it at the end. But you wait till June, you wait till May, and now you're trying to bring in everybody. You're trying to bring in everybody late, and now if you ain't got it, you just ain't got it. You got to roll with. Mid-year, you bring these 25, 22 players in after a coaching change, and then you got time to fix what you can later down the line.
Coach, we got a suggestion in the chat for you. They said just get you out there and do a 1v1 against Alcorn's best DB.
Man, look here.
Game.
I need to start training now.
Yeah.
But Andrew Smith can get this work. He know that. Drew know he can get this work.
He knows. Hey, he knows you keep the cleats in the trunk at all times.
I got 2 pair. I got a black pair and a white pair. The white pair if we on turf. Don't want to get them dirty if we're in the grass. And the black pair for the grass. But G, you close to it, so you understand, man. Yeah. The 1-year transfer. Yeah, I mean that's really the dice game, because you have a 6-month rental. And he get in there and shit, them 6 months. You remember what happened? Yep. We look really, really good on paper. And midway through, tough loss. Man, that thing was tough to hold it together.
It's tough.
So
even with the 1-year train, a lot of them quit on you. They don't per se quit like a team, but they not locked in the meeting room no more. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them get what happens is a lot of them come down, think I'm gonna go my last year in the SWAC and dominate. Well, they get to practice and see, they got talent in the SWAC. So now they drive and hunger not the same. Now they like, I kind of see I'm not going nowhere with this. So I'm gonna go to this meeting a little late. I'm gonna watch a little film. I'm not gonna go as hard as I would, you know what I'm saying, as I would in the past I was going,
So, as we keep going through with you, y'all just got that little slot receiver for the Steelers. What is your feel on it? And we talked about it on the show the other day. The way this NIL thing going, bro.
Crazy.
How do we get a handle on this thing, man?
Like Coach said, the toothpaste out the tube, no? I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I don't know what to do with it. And shout out to the 1871 Collective plug. We trying to do our thing, but I think we just fighting the uphill battle. We're fighting the uphill battle against a lot of these bigger schools. And at this point, I saw somebody tweet the other day that they see college football going to where you don't even have to go to be in class no more. You're working for the university. You know what I'm saying? You just working for you playing football for the university. You employee for the university playing football. You know what I'm saying? They can see it going that direction. I just don't know what to do because I think it's going away from what it came in to be name, image, and likeness. I think it's going way away from that. So I really don't know what to think of it right now.
What's happening?
Because nobody's doing anything. Name, image, and likeness.
Nobody.
No. And the way they're getting around it is with these collectives, they'll sign the NIL contract, and what they'll do is they'll let the quarterback go play golf with like 3 boosters a month.
Yeah.
And that's your name, image, likeness. Is you just got to go sign some autographs once a month, and then you got to go play a free round of golf.
Yeah.
With the big boosters. But that's your NIL. But you're really just getting paid $100,000 to go to school somewhere.
That's it. Yep.
Online classes.
That's it.
Especially those grad transfers, because a lot of those guys don't even have to go to class. You're just living on an apartment.
Just check in. Don't get dropped from the class.
Yep. Get the practice on time.
Exactly. I mean, and then especially too when you got FCS schools now throwing around money, it's getting super, super messy. Now, I mean, you've got kids flipping commitments while they're on campus at the school that they originally committed to. Then you got other kids signing in January, and they're in the portal in April.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's absolutely madness. That's madness.
I also heard the coach talking about how there are other coaches on his campus recruiting his players while they're still on the campus of the other team. It's just wild.
Technically they live there, so that's an in-home visit.
Yep, that's wild.
So, can you imagine, Coach? Can you imagine coming out of your office and Malachi Bailey's talking to Coach O from Jackson?
I got something to say. I'm gonna be up there. Just call me, Coach. Call me, Coach. I'm coming up there. I'm gonna be on campus. You better do that. You better get off the stretch and go talk to him. Yeah, I ain't having it.
Could y'all imagine that? I mean,
that's crazy.
That's just insane.
That's JUCO. That's junior college stuff. For real.
Yep.
For real.
There is no way. I'd lose my mind. And now, and like JB said, these kids don't care about the rivalries anymore. A kid will not think twice about going from Jackson to Alcorn or vice versa, or Florida to Florida State. They don't care.
No, we had a full-fledged brawl at the end of the Jackson Alcorn State game, and a kid still left Alcorn with the Jackson. I just don't know how that works. You know what I mean? I just don't know how that works. I'm gonna pose this, man. You at work?
Yeah, I'm at work. I ain't doing that.
Okay. And somebody said it, and I can't remember if it was on the JB show a couple mornings ago. Can you see it breaking off to where the NCAA basically becomes league, so to speak? Power Five's got their own deal. Group of Five has their own deal. And what I mean, you can say it's like that already, but I mean, there's a distinct breakup where these people are operating under their own entity. Yep. Power Five ain't fooling with nobody but Power Five. Group of Five ain't fooling with nobody but Group of Five. And if that happens, how does that work for us? Because, Lucas said for years that HBCUs need to break off and form their own deal. What are your thoughts on that? Because you're down in it.
Yeah. I honestly can see it happening. I can see it happening. The way it's going, man, it just the way it's structured now. It's like anything can happen with these schools. So, man,
and you can transfer. You ain't got to sit out no more.
It's immediately transfer. All that's going out the window. They used to think twice about transferring because you had to sit out a year. Now it's like you just automatically eligible.
Unlimited too, as long as you got your grades are above a 2.5. Yeah, you're good. You could transfer 3 times in a year.
That make it so like Coach T said, where you going back for homecoming at? Who you paying alumni dues to? All that kind of stuff. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. I just don't know.
Coach, you get drafted. You have 6 different programs tweeting out graphics for you.
Oh, yeah. So we didn't ask G about this. So, Jared Verse played at Florida State, started at U Albany. FCS. U Albany, since he got drafted last night, to put out graphics. Come play at U Albany, you can go pro. But he finished at Florida State. Can U Albany claim him?
Most definitely. I know I would. I know I still claim Q Cole, Quinterio Cole, that left him with the Louisville from Alcorn. Yep. I was talking to a kid outside of Southern Spring game, a high school kid. He was just talking about the swag. I said, we got one in the USFL right now playing good ball. You know, I was talking about Quinterio Cole. We didn't want to develop him, you know, and he left. Went to Louisville for 6 months. And then, you know, now he playing pro ball. We the one saw that kid, got him out of Memphis, good size, developed him. And we the one did that. So I'm going to claim it because we put in the work.
Now, on the flip side of that, James Houston goes to Jackson for 6 months from Florida. Who's got the right? Claiming him too?
I'm gonna claim him too. Me personally, I'm gonna claim him too. But I don't think Jackson ain't gonna like this, but I don't think they played a big part in his development. I think switching his position helped him out, but I think, you know, I don't think the coaches like just developed that kid into James Houston. I think he was James Houston when he got there, and they switched his position and helped him out. But me personally, I'm gonna still claim him too, just because we need all the claiming we can get. They pulling everything from us. I'm gonna claim everything I can claim. Claim everything I can. Listen, Coach, I claim Kadero Hodge.
I do too.
I claim Kadero Hodge. He started it all going. I claim him. Hell, I claim Antonio Brown. I don't care. I'm gonna claim everything. Give me everything. I want everything.
For the people that don't know in the chat, give them the Antonio Brown deal, man.
Antonio Brown actually came to Alcorn, was on campus practicing. He just couldn't qualify, and he left, went to prep school, and ended up going to Central Michigan. And that's where it took off. But he was at Alcorn with Charlie Spiller and Nate Hughes. And they tell us stories all the time about the practice they were having and how good he was. But he would if he would have passed his summer school classes, he would have played at Alcorn State. He was on campus, and he took a Greyhound to get to Alcorn, and you know he was at Alcorn State, so he just didn't pass his summer school class, which I don't understand. Imagine? I don't understand how you fail a class at Alcorn. Okay,
especially in the summer.
In the summer, I don't understand it, but hey, you know.
Summer classes are supposed to be the easiest, man. Like that's what I always took when I was in college. I loaded my schedule up during the summer. I was like, the hard classes I can take, the better, man. I want my fall schedule to be easy as hell. I need to take art and golf and meditation and all that. I'll take math and history, all that during the summer.
Yeah.
Literature. Blue, what is meditation class?
Oh, I just made that one up. I don't know.
Oh, I was saying, what y'all did in meditation class? Y'all went in there just didn't talk?
I went to Auburn. You know there was probably a meditation class somewhere.
Ain't no doubt. I was just
I had a friend in football who took bowling 3 times.
Damn, 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, and I still don't think he's a good bowler. That should tell you all you need right there, man.
Hey, yeah, ain't no doubt. We claiming Claude came.
Oh, yes.
UMass. He spent a bulk of his time at Alcorn. Yep. Jarvion spent a bulk of his time at Alcorn.
I'm claiming Terrio.
Yep.
Bulk of his time at Alcorn. I just think
if you play somewhere, you got to claim them, right? Especially if they started at your school.
Yeah.
Like Albany took Jared Verse from a 0-star recruit and built him into an All-American that Florida State recruited and then sent him to the first round. Like, bro, if you didn't claim that, I'd be looking at you sideways.
Coach, I'm gonna tell you how bad I got it. I even tweeted a picture the other day. You can go on my Twitter of Sam Williams, the defensive end from the Cowboys. We recruited him out of high school and almost got him. He ended up going to JUCO. He goes to JUCO. We own him again, get him on a visit, and he at the last minute he decides to go to Ole Miss, and he blew up and he had the Cowboys. But you know, me and him always kept a good relationship. He was really locked in on coming to Alcorn. Ole Miss offered him late. And so, you know, I tweeted the picture of that, him in the Alcorn uniform on his visit with his Alcorn gear on. I tweeted the other day. Yeah, he just came on. He came on 2 visits. Now he came on 2 visits. You know,
we claim it.
That's just a shout out to our coaches to be able to see that talent. You know what I'm saying? To have an eye for that talent. You know what I'm saying? to have that kid on campus, and now this kid in the NFL did really good things at Ole Miss, and we were this close. We were this close to getting it. I claim it all.
We claim it. Ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt.
You got to look at it like JUCO. Bro, those JUCOs will claim those players with a quickness, and they're there for 6 months.
Yep.
That's true.
Next time we have JB on, ask him if he ever thought about not claiming one of the guys who was at Indy.
Oh, he already said.
There was never a chance.
He already named off 11 of them in the NFL.
And I don't just do it with players. I do it with coaches too. I claim coaches. I claim everything. I'm claiming coaches. I claim coaches. I claim coaches too. Everything. I want everything. Give me everything. I'm claiming all the coaches. You know, he was coaching at Auburn. You know, Willie Simmons was at Auburn. You knew that, right? That's what I'm claiming him.
I don't think people realize, like, and this is a whole nother, this is kind of an Alcorn topic, but I was talking to Timothy because I texted Coach this. We did like an analysis of the best offenses in the modern era for FCS. Alcorn had 3 of them on there. And they were like that 2014, 2015. Then I think, what was it, Coach? 2017, 2018,
18.
one of those two? 18. Bro, I don't think people realize how loaded those staffs were.
Yeah,
loaded. For Alcorn, like in terms of coaching pedigree that has been on that campus.
Loaded. I tell people we coach you. We coach you.
Ain't no doubt. And then, you know, well, hell, we in the lounge. I mean, I've always wondered what brought you to the space, G. And you are one of the most entertaining. I text you. So what I do is, if I don't catch you live, like when I head to Florida to recruit next week, I'll catch up on everything you've done. And then I just text you out of the blue.
Yeah.
How do you maintain the composure, man? Because some of that stuff that those people be talking, man, don't even be nowhere near right.
No.
You don't. I mean, I don't get it.
See what I tell people, how I've been doing it all my life. I've been SWAC I'm literally all my life. That's for me. So my pops is, you think I'm bad? He the same way. He just more Christian-fied. He ain't gonna do no cussing. I'm Christian. You know, I'm acting fool. He just, you know, he's a deacon. Okay, he ain't gonna do all that. But I grew up in a barbershop. My barber was a Southern dude. The dude next to him was Jackson State, and the other dude in the barbershop was Grambling. So I went to a SWAC barbershop, right? And so every week, that's what we did in the barbershop. We trolled and talked noise. Me and my pops was the only Alcorn, so they called us Alcorn. So when I'm on Southern campus, sometimes they be like, they go Alcorn. They call me Alcorn, right? And so that's what they trolling. That's all I did growing up. We knew that Saturday, the next week going to the barbershop, oh, it's gonna be hell. Alcorn beat Southern, it's gonna be hell. We used to show up at the barbershop with our tomahawks beating on the door, or then, you know, when we would lose, we go in there, be quiet, and they all on us. And so that's how it all got started. I kind of grew up in it all my life. I tell people, I'm a 30-year season ticket holder at Alcorn. 30 years. 30 years. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Even with in the media space I'm in now, I'm still got the same season tickets. And I ain't paid for a ticket at all. I ain't have to pay for a ticket at Alcorn since probably 2016. Still got my same tailgate package, same season ticket package, you know. So I just been in it all my life. And so that's where it come from, just arguing about the SWAC all my life. So that's where it come from.
I met you in 2016, and I can say I don't even know if you know where the stand's at.
Nope. I ain't been in the stand since I don't know. The last time I've been in the stand.
Hey, Blue, I'll tell you this story, man. We go down to Grambling 2 years ago, whatever it was, and all hell break out from the opening kickoff. We fumble it, and the wheels just fall off. And I'm hot. I'm talking hot because I know they're not good. And it ticks off. We going up the hill. G is seriously hurt. Like, G is hurt. G talking about all us. It don't bother me. You know what I mean? I know. It don't bother me. I get it. I'm talking about us too. Man, we get in there and coach gives his speech. Coaches break off. And I'm hearing the kids, man, G's supposed to be down with us, man. He talking about it.
I was hot.
Hey, the next Tuesday he shows up to practice, and everybody like, they go G, he back. They go G, he back. He back. I told y'all he wasn't gonna leave us alone because he had made a statement outside that he wasn't fooling with us no more. He wasn't coming around.
I'm done.
I didn't hear it, but that's what the kids were saying. He shows up to practice during the middle of the week, and it's like the president shows up. He back. I told y'all, he back. Man, I was like, that goddamn G crazy here.
And so I was mad at that game because it was a whole debacle. I got my media credentials. So shout out to coach them because they always hooking me up with gear, right? So I had the same. So I got there a little late, and so I couldn't get my media credentials. So I'm like, man. So I go around to like one of the side gates, and I have on the same exact fit as the athletic trainers. So the lady at the gate, like, where your media credentials? I'm like, what? What my media credentials? And so Matt B is walking as I'm standing there arguing with the lady. One of our coaches walking by, and so I'm like, Coach, and he on our medical staff, and I walk right in the gate when I'm right on the sideline. So
medical staff.
And we end up losing. And so another part about it, when we lose to Grambling, is different or Southern because see, Grambling, AD Travion and Scott, we from the same neighborhood, and a lot of their coaches, like John Simon, they from the same. So I had to hear. I was high, and y'all know I had to talk all kind of noise. I had to talk all kind of noise, all in the group chats, all the night before. I'm talking all kind of noise. So I was hurt. I was hurt, but I ain't going nowhere. I just be talking. I just be talking. I ain't going nowhere.
Bro, he would have shut y'all's whole practice off. He would have showed up in a Southern shirt or something like that. Just been like, bro, I'm announcing my transfer.
Man, look here. Those kids went crazy when he pulled off.
Bro, you know it's like a thing when someone mentions a school name and the first person they think of isn't necessarily a player or coach. Like some people, when you say Alcorn, they're like, oh, gee.
Like, I was at my it hit me this past weekend, not this weekend, but a couple weekends ago. I was at my high school. We do like a high school picnic. I get to my high school picnic, everybody walking me talking about Alcorn. Everybody's about Alcorn. So Alcorn is Alcorn. I'm like, God, dog. Like, can I get a break? I'm in my neighborhood. I'm at home, you know. And they just Alcorn. Everywhere I go, I'm all in a. When it really hit me, I was in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm in a gas station. I'm just stopping at a gas station. I have nothing Alcorn on. And I hear somebody behind me line say, "This the dude from Alcorn." And I'm like, I look back like, God, dog, you know, that's when it hit me. They never spoke. They never spoke that, but they whispered, "That's that dude from Alcorn." Never spoke to me. Never said, "What up, G?" Just that's that dude from Alcorn. I was like, God, you know, that's what it hit me like, God, you know, that's that dude from Alcorn.
Hey, I'll never forget that, man. As long as I live, I hope I never forget that, man. That Sunday practice, Blue, all they could talk about was how G said he ain't fooling with us no more. It's us against the world. G show up on Tuesday, they lose their mind.
I was out there saying, this is my last game. It's my last game. Can't take it no more. It's my last game.
Just take the shirt off and lay it at the 50. Just that's it.
Blue. He walked up the hill with us after the game.
Right.
He walked up the hill. You know how Grambling, you have to walk up that hill.
Yeah.
He walked up the hill with us. He's a few steps in front of me. I mean, he is mad. He is hot. He stands out there, and those kids, after Coach said what he's going to say to him, they wasn't worried about what Coach said. They mad at what G said. I don't even know if they heard a word Coach said. They mad at what G said. G said he ain't even fooling with us no more. He's supposed to be rocking with us. Man, bump G. Man, bump G. I told y'all, man, bump G. G show up at Tuesday. G, I told y'all. Everybody
somebody got to pay for it. Somebody got to pay for that whooping we took. Somebody got to pay for it.
Everybody at practice waiting on G. Want to shake G hand.
Because I remember that game. Because I picked y'all to wings. That's when we were doing the round table picks. And man, Scotty picked Grambling. I remember Scotty gave me hell the next week. And I was like, bro, they outgained them by like 200 yards. I think y'all had like 4 or 5 turnovers and allowed like 2 kick returns. It was just like
it was bad. It was pick six.
Pick six. The opening kickoff, we fumbled inside the 5.
Yeah, it was.
second play of the game, they scored. When I say it fell off the table, it fell off the table.
I've been going to Alcorn games all my life, 30 plus years, and I've never been in attendance of us winning in the hole ever.
When's the last win in the hole?
I think 05, 04. I wasn't there. That's when Bruce Eugene got hurt, but I wasn't in the game. I've never watched us get a W in the hole.
It's coming.
It's coming. Yeah.
Bro, I tried to pick y'all this year on the HBCU Nightly thing against Grambling. Everyone was like, bro, that's like a house of like, because BJ was the one that brought it up. BJ was like, bro, I don't think y'all understand Alcorn's history in the hole. He goes, I don't think y'all understand everyone's history in the hole.
Now the year before that, B, we should have won. It was so many calls that got overturned. I mean, it was blatant, obvious what was going on.
Getting way too involved.
Oh, because it was one of those deals of where if they lose that game that year, they're done. The race is over. It's ours. So it was bad that year. Like you didn't even feel you felt bad, but you didn't feel bad about losing because you were like, we couldn't win this game even if we played perfect. They weren't gonna let us.
Another FCS guy just got taken. It looks like Philly got Jalix Hunt, that edge rusher I was talking to you about. I know you don't want to hear that being a Washington fan, but
that kid can play.
I like it, man. Coming in as a safety too, and now you get drafted as an edge rusher.
That's absolutely crazy.
That kid's such a freak, though. Now I did make G laugh. One of the last times they were on the live, I was they were talking about G at games, and I was like, bro, I'll never forget that Southern game I went to in Baton Rouge, because bro, me and G were around each other the whole game, and we were talking.
And you were talking, laughing.
Yeah, and bro, after the game, I was going to tell him, say what's up and tell him I was leaving and everything, bro. I could not find him anywhere. That dude disappeared in the Baton Rouge night, bro. I could not find him for anything, and I was like, all right, I guess I just catch G. But I go back to Alcorn.
Look, I get home. I get to my house, right? After the game, there's Southern stuff planted in my yard. People go overboard when they beat me because they know if I win, So when they Southern finally got a chance to beat us, I had to hear about it. They had Southern yard signs in my yard.
That was another one that we shouldn't have lost.
That's a fact.
Another one we shouldn't have lost. But the classic picture I like is when you're in the middle of the campus with that Alcorn flag and that red cup.
Yeah.
Oh, that's classic.
That's
classic.
Walking all around. They kept telling me, don't go to the back of the campus. That's where the bad people is. I said, what? Okay, watch this. I'm looking for all the bad people. Where the bad was at? I'm walking around the flag. Where the bad was at?
Hey, and then this year, like Penny. She still don't talk to me after the game. She still don't talk to me.
Who doesn't?
Penny. She still don't talk to me.
This will hurt him this year. That one was back to reality.
Oh my goodness, she still won't talk to me about that one.
This year was bad for some. I mean, dude, oh my god, man.
But they had the mindset.
Go ahead.
No, they had the mindset that they were going to come in and run roughshod over us.
Yeah. And it got ugly quick. It was nothing they could say.
Well,
that one cut deep.
The ESPN feed was messing up that game, because I remember, and dude, it would keep going in and out, and then every time it would come back, y'all be up another score in that first quarter. I was like, good God, like what is going on?
And I was acting a plum fool. So that game, look, I caught a cramp.
That's the what
so me being me, of course, I get to campus about 4 a.m, didn't eat nothing, started my drinking. Get into the game. We scored a touchdown. I get on the ground doing a snow angel and couldn't get up.
That was the game you locked up.
Yeah, I locked up. Couldn't get up. So at halftime, I'm in the players in there getting the liquid IV water. I'm in there right behind them. I'm in there with the players. Eating pickles with the players.
I was going to say, because you were sitting on that cooler by the coach's locker room.
Yeah.
Eating a pickle. Yeah, he was eating a pickle, B. He was eating a pickle.
No, because Coach, I called you on that one because, like, I think someone it might have been you, G. Honestly, I see you posting it yourself. Posted a picture of you on someone got a picture of you laying on the sideline cramping.
Yeah.
Or something, and I was like, "Bro, what is up?" And you came on live, and
Yeah. I'm down there crap. I was acting a fool.
Yes, sir.
he was tapping the helmet, calling the trainer.
That was early. I remember that. That was early.
Oh my God, man! Oh,
that
God.
one and the picture of you in Southern, man. I'll never forget those two pictures.
Yeah.
And the look you had on your face.
I had some memories. As a kid, I stormed the field. We beat them in 2003. They were undefeated. Southern's the undefeated. They ended up winning the national championship this year. They were undefeated. We come into Baton Rouge. Charlie Spiller catches a touchdown to win the game in the back of the end zone. I jump over the rail. Now, at the time, I'm maybe 14, something like that. 13, 14. I jump over the rail to celebrate. Now, I'll never forget they put me out. So we danced. We outside, danced outside the stadium and stuff. I'll never forget how mad it was. Y'all not going away. I kept saying, so. You know what I'm saying? So I got some memories of stuff.
Man, that year we went in 2018 for homecoming.
Yeah.
And we just, I mean, it was never in question.
No.
Just
like the year when it rained in there that year.
Yeah, that wasn't their homecoming. Yeah, that was their homecoming that year.
Okay.
18, because Cole got that pick six.
Pick six, yep.
Yep. It was never in question. But man, G, we appreciate you jumping on, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't know you was at work.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah. I don't do nothing. Most of the time you see me live, I'm at work.
The dedication's real. Dedication's real, man.
Hey, he worked with nuclear power.
That's crazy.
Long as I hit and go boom.
Crazy.
That's something go boom.
Then we got a problem.
Oh my God, man. But G, man, we definitely appreciate you, man. We're gonna have to get that we're gonna have to get the lounge schedule, man. Get you on here. And
I told you I'm gonna be y'all Cat Williams episode.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna be the Cat Williams episode.
Oh, it's coming in.
He's gonna get us locked out of all the SWAT groups. He's gonna have us blocked on Twitter, man. He's gonna have Jeff making memes of us. This is gonna be pure chaos out here.
They're gonna ask for my media pass.
Kicked us off of the stream.
You know, hey, we need to give you. Hey, you just stick to coaching, man. Your media pass is done.
But I appreciate y'all for having me on, Coach.
Yeah.
G,
G,
hold on, G. Somebody in the chat say, "Didn't your job blow up? Didn't your job blow up one time here recently?"
Yep, I was at the cigar bar and it blew up and my phone blew up. I'm like, oh well. I started back smoking.
He said, "Oh well."
Wasn't on your shift.
My guy didn't call and check on nobody. He said, "Bro, I'm good. Don't worry about it."
Glad I wasn't there. Nobody got hurt though, so it was good. But
G said, "Wasn't on my shift."
It wasn't on me.
That's fair. But man, G, we appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
Lounge coming soon, baby.
Let's go.
All right, man. We're here. We got 4. We might as well just wait out these last 4 picks or 5 picks, and we'll end this stream. Coach, I got to give you props, man. I've done a few of these before. I don't think you've done one yet. A 4-hour live stream.
No, man. And I've been ever since somebody called me bougie at the beginning, man. I've been slow rolling with the guard and the wine. So yeah, I'm mellow. I'm good. Man, now my iPad is saying it's 9%, but we okay with that too.
All right, man. So we got 2 FCS guys so far in the 3rd round. I like it. Let me see if I can find, because I did it for Kieran, man. I want to give you all a little bit of background on Jalix, man. I like Jalix. I got to talk to him at the Senior Bowl, Coach. One of my favorite guys to talk to, man. He was a cool dude, man. I'm so happy for him and his whole journey, man. To go, like we talked about it earlier, I don't think people realize how hard positional changes are for people. To go from safety to edge is insanity.
Absolutely crazy. And Claude talked about that a little bit as well. That plight, you've got to have it in your mind to get it done. and you can't have your feelings involved because everybody, I'm a safety. But no, this is what's best for you to get to the next level. And for that kid to be able to say, you know what, I accept it, that's hats off to him.
And man, we gotta pause this ad video on my own site. My own site's spamming me with ads. So we got Jalen. Yeah, as long as they pay it, I'll take the check. 6'4", 252, coach.
Can you imagine that at safety?
That's stupid. Oh, and just in 2 years, coach, 20.5 tackles for loss, 13.5 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, Southland Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time first team all conference, Buck Buchanan Award finalist, all American selection, almost consensus this year, got the Senior Bowl invite. Coach grew up in Florida, moved to Maryland, was a triathlon athlete, long jump champ at the Junior Olympic Games in 2021. Man, I mean, he earned all county honors as a wide receiver, coach. So he went from wide receiver to defensive back to edge rusher.
That's a hell of a 360 there, bro.
Man, come on. That's insane. So unranked prospect, transferred to Houston Christian or Baptist at the time. But man, like Gerald says, 6'4", 250. You got the ideal frame, the length. I mean, you got it all, man. And his arms are so long. And he ends up going to the 3rd round. Coach, G had him at the 5th, 6th round. I think his upside is why he went as early as he did. Just personally, man, his upside's crazy.
And you know he's got to have some quick twitch muscle about himself, even at that size, for somebody to jump, 2 rounds basically, from a 5th to getting called in the 3rd. That's big time for him. But that just speaks to us Florida athletes and how we are. And you can never underestimate the Florida in a kid, man. I throw that out there every time I get a chance.
Oh, I know you're a Florida guy through and through, man. I mean, hopefully, I'm hoping we get to see Mason McCormick here. We got the Jaguars who do need a guard. We got the Bengals who could use offensive line. Steelers are picking. G talked about potential offensive line with them. You got the Rams who need a tackle. And you got Washington. Last pick are y'all going? I need. It'd be perfect to end this live stream, coach, with you guys getting Mason McCormick there.
Any FCS guy. 35th from Steelers get that from Philly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Come on, Jacksonville. You should already have who you got, brother.
Got Jarian Jones. I think that's the kid from where's Jarian play? I don't know. Looks like it's Jarian Jones. Oh, that's another Florida State kid. How many draft picks for Florida State right now are there? Like 6, 7?
Between the 3 rounds, yep. I think we're at 7. I think they're at 7.
Good Lord, dude. Florida State's turning out some prospects right now.
That was a very good defense last year, man. And
Yep.
I know how the end of the year ended, but that was a very good defense last year.
I like it, man. So I'm good. I told you guys between 1 and 3, 4 would be insane. But I'm liking this right now, man. If we can get one more, I feel really, really good about the projections for day 3. Really, really good. Because I mean, for FCS guys, you still got Coker on the board, you still got Flournoy on the board. I mean, you got plenty of talent out there. Isaiah Davis on the board, Garrett Greenfield on the board. That day 3 is going to be loaded with FCS guys with a lot of potential.
I think so. Because a lot of those guys got opportunities at the Hula, and a few of them that went to the Senior Bowl is still there too.
Yep. Let's see. Hopefully, Bengals go McKinley Jackson from Texas A&M, interior defensive lineman. I would have liked to see Christian Boyd there, but it's not a bad pick for them. I like McKinley, man. McKinley's from Lucille, Mississippi. Played down at George County, man. He played with my cousin. My cousin was an offensive lineman on that team. So, man, I'm happy for McKinley.
And Jones is from Mississippi as well, from McGee.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to find Gerald's top 10 FCS ranking. So right now, Gerald had Kieran at number 1. Obviously, he goes number 1 among FCS prospects. He had Jalix at 9. So I think Jalix went a lot higher than people were expecting. He had Christian Boyd and Mason McCormick at 2 and 3, Mikey Victor at 4, Isaiah Davis at 5. So still waiting on the rest of those top 5 prospects from the FCS to be drafted. Hopefully we get one here in the last 3 picks. That's what I can hope. But as soon as we get the update, man, we'll close this thing out. And then we'll probably be back live Sunday or Monday, guys. Me and Coach will talk. We'll do probably a full draft recap for all the FCS HBCU guys. Plus, if we waiting till then gives us the ability to give you guys undrafted free agent projections, stuff like that. A lot of people that we've talked about on this show throughout the season are going to end up hearing their name. Yeah, and
getting that call.
Go ahead if you're still watching the stream, man. We got a bunch of viewers on Twitter right now, man. Shout out to y'all. Follow us on Twitter at the _ Bluebloods. Follow myself at McKinnell at the _ Coach _ Fred. Me and Coach will be tweeting out on UDFA news, man. I do it every year. Sadly, with the site transitioning to the new SI platform, I'm not able to do a tracker on the website. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a way to put it together and get it on social media. So just stay tuned. We're going to try to find a way to organize all the undrafted free agent signings and go from there, man. Because we do it every year. It's real helpful for you guys to keep up with where these players are going for undrafted free agent contracts and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. Peyton Wilson to the Steelers.
Hey, now.
That's a good pick. I like that pick because Peyton Wilson, people said that if it weren't for his injury history, Coach, that kid could have went first round.
Yeah, that's the second one. Tackle from Yale.
Yeah.
That previous, injury history hurt just a little bit.
I'm really going to be stunned if Mason McCormick falls out of this round. I really am. That was the guy who I would have banged the table most for as a surefire prospect out of the FCS. But it also shows you, Coach, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, measurables and potential. Man, they weigh so those two factors together weigh so heavily in a lot of these decisions.
Ain't no doubt, and it shows up, as you put it, before your play does. Those measurables are going to hit the door before your tape does. Fair, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's just how it kind of goes,
Agreed on here, man. Man, we got over 200 people on Twitter watching, man. Shout out to y'all at 10 o'clock on a Friday. It looks like Cameron Kitchens to the Rams, Miami safety. One more pick, man. We need your Commanders to come through. Mason McCormick to the Rams. To the Commanders. That's what we need.
Definitely would take that. What are you under? I can't find it anymore. Did it change?
Oh, no, it's on my profile, like my personal one, because it for some reason it connected to that. I think it's just because I'm logged into my personal Twitter on my laptop. I got to log into the Bluebloods one to get that one connected now. But if you just scroll down my page, like it's right before the Kieran tweet that I tweeted out of him getting drafted. Man, I just need the Commanders to get one more FCS guy, man. My night will be made. I do like Kitchens, though. I don't know how you feel about him. I know as a Florida State guy, you shouldn't want to like them, but Oh man. But guys, we appreciate y'all tuning in with us, man. This is the first time we've done a live stream like this in a minute, man. Now, let me say this. Coach is busy tomorrow. I'm a little bit busy tomorrow writing articles for this draft. We ain't streaming the whole the whole day 3.
That'd be tough.
That's not even 4 hours, bro. I think that's like actually like a 6 or 7 hour live stream minimum. I think the Steelers had a hell of a draft, though, man. I know G probably likes to hear that, but I mean that they got some steals in this draft, which I really, really like. I just need this Commanders pick to come in, man. And then Carolina. Okay, so Carolina has talked about potentially drafting an interior. They got the first pick of the 4th round, coach. That could be. And I was on Dave's podcast, P&P Panthers podcast. They like McCormick too. They do. I don't know if the front office does, but that could be a potential landing spot. I would like to see him go to the Panthers. Get Bryce Young needs a lot of protection, man. That poor kid got killed last year.
And you don't want him to turn into David Carr.
That is a fact. Yeah. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, David Carr was like the most sacked quarterback for like
history.
Yeah, and then like he was like number 1 for like 3 or 4 straight seasons. I'm not mistaken too, which is just stupid.
That you do your number 1 pick like that.
All right, Washington, what are we doing here?
Make sure Doug's not calling me.
We need 3. That's the number I wanted to get to tonight on FCS, guys. Was 3. I need Christian Boyd, Mason McCormick, someone to go here. Still don't see any leaks yet. I'm just looking at who's on the board. Coach, Troy Franklin. Some people had him mocked to go in the 1st. He's still on the board here, potentially, unless you guys grab him here. I mean, he's still on the board going into day 3 out of Oregon. I mean,
that's crazy.
Brandon Dorless is still on the board. Tez Walker, Jaden Hicks, TJ Tampa, Sanders out of Texas, a tight end, one of the top tight ends in this draft.
That is crazy. The Rams went crazy defensively, man.
Yeah, they made some really, really good picks. They did what you said. They took a bunch of Florida boys.
Weather's good. Smooth, easy transition. Derwin James there to lead them.
Dang. No FCS guy here. They go wide receiver, but it's not Troy Franklin. They go all the way down to Luke McCaffrey. Out of Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wanted FCS guy there, but it's okay. It's going to be a big day tomorrow, man. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. I mean, just thinking about some guys for y'all to look for me and Coach wrap this up, man, because it's been 4 hours and I didn't eat dinner before this for some reason, man. So I'm starving. We still got Christian Boyd, Mason McCormick, Mikey Victor, potentially tomorrow Isaiah Davis, Sundiata Anderson, Dylan Lobby, Jalen Coker, Ryan Flournoy, Jaden Sheridan. Got plenty of prospects on the board. Garrett Greenfield is potentially still on the board. So lots of FCS guys tomorrow, man. I'm hoping to see, Coach, we're at 2 right now, which means I would like to see. Last year, I think there was 12, 14 drafted out, something like that. Maybe 10. It was somewhere around that 10 to 15 range. I would like to see it get to 15, man, which means we need 13 picks tomorrow.
Need one really early.
Yes. It'd be good for Mason Christian, one of those guys to go super early, man. But, Coach, anything you want to say to the people, man, before we roll up out of here?
Again, man, thank you guys for tapping in with us. Long, interesting day. Hope we made it interesting enough for you guys. Well, I guess we did for you guys to spend time with us.
Absolutely, man. Well, hit that like button if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitter, man, subscribe to everything. Hop over to YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube channel, man. We got a bunch of content coming this all season. But, guys, for my guy, Coach Fred, for myself, for the Blue Bloods, man. We'll be back later this weekend, early next week. We'll let y'all know. But until that time, man, we out for right now.